Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good evening, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting a little earlier today because we have lots of information to cover and we do not want to keep you here all night. With that, welcome to this special call meeting. We are live. You can come join us here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia, 30336. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public at large. This roll call for the July 22nd special call meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1. The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4, is en route. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for a point of order.
I would like to motion to suspend the.
If there isn't, oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would like to motion to suspend the rules to take up business out of order of its proper order, and move that the executive session be taken up after item A. Roman number 3, item A.
There's a motion in a second. Is there discussion? I have discussion. Why did you want to have an executive session?
I'm sorry, Mayor, when there's a suspension of the rules, there's no debate. It just goes straight to a vote.
I'll go straight to a vote. All right, let's take this vote.
Mayor, I need to add that I would like for that to be for personnel and litigation, and that is right after item A. Thank you.
All right, a motion has been made to go into executive session before hearing all of the audit reports. Let's take this by a voice vote, beginning with District 1. I'm sorry, we need you on the mic.
Yes. Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 6,
Yes?
District 7.
Sure.
All right, that passes. Mr. Clerk, we were in the middle of the first item. You can go ahead, Mr. Moses.
First item is FY23 Annual Financial Statement will be presented by Mr. Doug Moses, Engagement Partner with Malden and Jenkins, LLC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us here today to present the audit results for 2023. Hopefully you had a chance to look at the ACFR, the auditor's discussion and analysis, which is what I'll be discussing today, as well as the management letter and the single audit report. But as I'm going through, if you have any questions, stop and ask, and we'll address it at that time or at the end of the presentation. All right. So this is the agenda items that we'll be talking about today: the engagement team, the results from 2023's audit, financial trends, and then comments, recommendations, and other issues, and again, questions and comments if you have any. But just real quick, just kind of want to talk about the last 5 years and when the audit reports were issued. Again, you all know that there was a lot of turnover in the accounting department over the last several years, which contributed to the audit delays. And when I look back at the 2019 fiscal year, that audit report date was as of March 26, 2020. And so you have 6 months after year end to issue your financial report to the Georgia Department of Audits, as well as to the Government Finance Officers Association for your participation in the GFOA award. So that year was issued on time. The 2020 audit was issued on May 24 for 2021. That was 2 months late, almost. 2021 was issued on March 17th of 2023, and it was almost 12 months late. And then 2022 was issued on May 29th of 2024, and that was 14 months late. And then this year, 2023 audit was issued June 20th of 2025, and almost 15 months late. And so, again, that's kind of each year kind of keep getting late with all the turnover and things that the city has experienced over the last several years with different finance directors. But we're moving forward. I believe the city will be ready for us to come out to do the audit for the 2024 fiscal year in September. And the goal is to try to push and get that done by the end of the calendar year, and then roll right into the 2025 audit and get you all hopefully caught up by March or May of next year. So I just kind of want to give you that scenario of how things have transpired over the last several years and what the game plan is going forward. Just a quick update about Malden Jenkins. Our governmental practice continues to be the largest niche in the firm. We audit over 725 governments across the nation, not just in the Southeast. Of those clients, 175 plus received the GFOA Award in Excellence in Financial Reporting. And we now have 15 offices in 6 states. Our latest addition is in Greenville, South Carolina. Again, I was the partner responsible for the city's overall audit engagement, 26 years of experience. This year we had James Bentz out of our Chattanooga, Tennessee office to do the quality control review. He has over 20 plus years of experience as well. And with me today is Allison Whitworth. She was our senior engagement manager, and she's been with us 9 years. And then down below is just some other industries that we serve and other services that we provide other than your traditional accounting and tax services. The financial statements are the responsibility of the city's management. Our responsibility is to give an opinion that your financial statements are materially correct. We did issue an unmodified opinion, is what you hope to get from the external and independent audit. Also, as it relates to your 2023 federal award programs, you were required to have a single audit in accordance with the uniform guidance. 2 federal award programs were required to have a single audit: the Coronavirus State and Local Fund, Fiscal Recovery Fund, as well as the Highway Planning and Construction grants. Those 2 represented about 99.7% of your total federal awards, coming in about $2,313,000. Also, you'll see within the separate single audit report is the compliance report. Again, that report kind of has the procedures that are performed that are required by the government auditing standards. But that report is included within the single audit report along with the uniform guidance report. Main thing here I want to point out as it relates to your accounting policies, you all did implement a new policy as it relates to GASB 96, dealing with subscription-based IT arrangements. As of 9/30/2023, you didn't have any material IT arrangements that were required to be recorded. in terms of recording a capital asset as well as a liability to go with that asset. And so there were no material subitas that require to be reported in your financial statements for 9/30/2023, but it's something you have to look at each year. Also, during 2023, the city decided to move your sanitation operations activity out of the general fund and create its own business type or enterprise fund. And so you'll see that in your financial statements that you now have a sanitation fund that's reporting that activity, when in the past it was reflected in the general fund. As far as our relationship with management, we received full cooperation from management staff and others. There were no disagreements with management on accounting issues or financial reporting matters. Also, as it relates to audit adjustments, there were no unrecorded or past audit adjustments, meaning that anything that came to our attention, those adjustments are recorded, reflected in your general ledger as well as in your financial statements. Main thing here I want to point out is that we are independent of the city and its financial reporting processes in accordance with AICPA professional standards. There were no fees paid to Martin Jenkins for any type of management advisory services that would have impacted our independence as your external auditor. The next few slides kind of go over some financial trends over the last 5 years. Again, the city has been around, going on, 7 years as of this audit report date. And so your first 2 years, 2017 and 2018, your general fund had a negative fund balance, right? Just getting started, it was about $8 million deficit in the first year, I think a $9 million deficit in the second year. And after that, you started trending up. So in 2019, your general fund balance was $10.6 million. Then it reached right at $79 million in 2022, and then it hit $102.6 million in 2023. And then looking at your other governmental funds, in 2022 came in about $57 million, and then in 23, $85 million. And the bulk of that for your other governmental funds is your T-SPLOS fund. That was about $68 million in 2023. A lot of times people think fund balance means cash, and that's not necessarily the case. But a good way to look to see how liquid your fund balance is to look at or compare it to your cash and cash equivalents. So as of 9/30/2023, again, this is just a snapshot in time. Your cash and cash equivalents was $118 million. So that liquidity rate was about 115%. So very liquid fund balance. And looking at your total fund balance. Now looking at your unassigned fund balance or unreserved fund balance, it was about $96 million. And that represents about 90% of total fund balance. And then you also had about $5.3 million committed for tree replacements throughout the city. So again, the numbers look good, trending up, and that's what you want to see for a city that's been around almost 10 years. The next slide is looking at your fund balance as a percentage of total expenditures. GFOA says a good rule of thumb for local governments that have a June 30 or a September 30 year end is to have 2 to 3 months reserve, or anywhere from 16.7% to 25%. And again, those first few years when you had negative fund balance, it was a negative ratio. But you hit 20% in 2019, so you were within that ratio, that threshold. But then you hit $125 million for the general fund in 2023. 2022 and 2021 stayed flat around 103%, and so way above that threshold, and that's really good. And then we look at all your all of your funds or governmental funds, that percentage is even higher at 198% in 2023. So again, good ratios. This next slide here is just looking at your general fund revenues as of 9/30/2023. You all had about $121 million in total revenues for your general fund. Of course, your largest revenue source is coming from your property taxes and motor vehicle taxes, coming in at $52 million. And then your sales taxes were the second largest revenue source, coming in at roughly $34.7 million. Next slide is looking at your general fund expenditures. Total expenditures at 9/30/2023 were about $82 million. Of course, like most governments, your largest function is public safety. That came in about $40.4 million. Second largest was general government, $18.3 million, and public works was the third one, coming in about $8.9 million. So your revenues were in excess of your expenditures by $39 million, and again, that increased your fund balance. So again, 9/30/2023, numbers look good. All right, so now we go into the findings. We did have 5 findings that were considered to be material weaknesses. The first one is a repeat finding dealing with timely preparation and your bank reconciliations. And so of the 20 bank accounts, we noted that 8 were not properly or accurately reconciled as of 9/30/2023. Actually, there are adjustments that were made all the way up to April of this year in trying to get those accounts properly reconciled. Adjustments about $1.5 million to your general fund cash to reduce it, to get it recorded correctly. T-SPLOS was about $1.8 million. And then your capital grant funds was a increase to about $676,000 to get those funds properly reconciled. And the other side of those adjustments were to your interfund balances due to the fund balances. So we just got to make sure that all of your bank accounts are being reconciled monthly, at the most, no more than 2 months from the previous month's closeout. So again, just try to make sure all your accounts are properly reconciled, because when it's not, it throws off a lot of things in your general ledger.
I'm sorry, pardon
Yes, sir.
me, Mr. Moses.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to find the sheet in the mountain of books that we have.
Page 13.
Which one? Of this one? Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you.
Excuse me.
You can proceed, I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. I need a sip of water. All right. Second finding deals with revenue recognition, and it also is a repeat finding. We had to make several adjustments to your receivable balances, your revenue balances, your deferred inflows of resources or deferred revenue balances for your general fund, your multiple grant fund, and your T-SPLOS fund. And so you see the various adjustments that were required to those funds to get those balances recorded correctly as of 9/30/2023. As it relates to the T-SPLOS, we did have to record an entry of about $1.1 million. And actually, your schedule of expenditures of federal awards is what we use to determine which federal award program requires a single audit. And so that schedule did not have your highway planning and construction grant expenditures on it. And so we came about that when we were looking at your T-SPLOS revenues and knew it was kind of off a little bit. And as we took a deeper dive, that's when we realized that you had your grant revenue for this particular grant recorded within that account. So we want to make sure that your grant revenues are being properly recorded. Ideally, you have a multi-grants fund, and so you would like to see those federal grants within that fund unless it's required to be in its own separate fund, like your ARPA. All right. The third finding deals with accounts payable. We noticed that your accrued liabilities were understated as of 9/30/2023. So we had adjustments in these funds, your hotel motel fund, tax fund, your T-SPLOS, capital projects fund, and your sanitation fund to increase those accounts payable balances as well as the expenditures as well in those funds. So we want to make sure we have proper cutoff at year end and that your liabilities are recorded correctly. Fourth finding deals with your sanitation utility charges fund. And receiving the trial balance report for that, again, it's a new fund for you all, as that activity was reflected in your general fund in previous years. And it didn't have any receivables or allowance for doubtful accounts recorded. And so after getting with management and determining what those balances should be, those entries were recorded to reflect the receivable balance for this fund as well as the allowance for doubtful accounts. And so we're just going to make sure that that's being recorded and reflected throughout the year as well as at year end. All right, the last finding relates to a restatement of beginning fund balance. In your T-SPLOS fund, we had a receivable recorded due to a potential overpayment to a construction vendor. But then after taking a deeper dive in it the next year, and it was determined that that wasn't the case, and so we had to make an adjustment to remove that receivable that was recorded in the previous year and restate beginning fund balance for that particular fund. So the main thing here is just, in this particular count, it was a lot of entries that were being made that was kind of hard to see the audit trail and tie back to different things. And so making sure that your general ledger is being recorded correctly throughout the year and clean and has a, adequate audit trail helps reduce this type of entries from occurring, or errors from occurring. All right, now we go into our management points. We did have 4 management points, or management recommendations for improvement. The first one deals with Pecard transaction support, and this has been a management point, I believe, every year since we've been doing the audit. We did look at 60 Pecard transactions and noted about 9 of those did not have proper support for approval and things of that nature. So again, we continue to recommend that the city implement stronger policies and procedures as it relates to Pecard transactions. And then if you have people that could, continuously, are repeat offenders and things of that nature, they need to be removed from having access to Pecard transactions, or Pecards in general. Timely payment of invoices. We looked at 25 disbursements and noted that 9 of those invoices were paid late. And so we do encourage you all to make sure that your invoices are being paid timely to avoid any type of penalties and late fees and things of that nature. Third management point, something we noted during our audit, and we recommended the removal of invoice entry and approval access for governing body members. And again, we recommend that you all discontinue that practice, and I believe you all have rectified that a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken. But again, it's just best to have elected officials serve, an important governance role, ensuring strategic oversight by setting budgeting and financial policies and review. And again, it should be separate from operational capacity. And then also, no user should have authority to serve in both requester and approval roles, as the dual role can bypass your internal controls as well as segregation of duties. The fourth management point deals with investment policy. As of 9/30/2023, you all do not have a formal investment policy. And so we do recommend you implement a formal investment policy that limits investment maturities as a means of managing exposure to fair value losses arising from increasing interest rates. All right, almost done here. These are some new GASB standards that have come out that you all have to implement. This first one deals with accounting changes and error corrections, and that's applicable for fiscal year 2024. And again, we've had CPE classes covering these standards for the last few years. Let's make sure our clients were on top of this. And so again, that's one that's applicable for 2024. GASB statement number 101 dealing with compensated absences. That's applicable for fiscal year 2025. And it requires you to look at all of your leave balances and things of that nature to make sure those are recorded under this new standard. And the other one I want to talk about, GASB 103, financial reporting model improvements, and this is applicable for fiscal year 2026. And this is really for your improving your management discussion and analysis that's prepared by management. A lot of times governments will just kind of note where balances change from the previous year by a dollar amount and by percentage, and that's it. They don't explain why it changed. And so GASB say, hey, we got to make sure that we're documenting why certain balances change over the prior year versus just stating the dollar amount it changed and the percentage that it changed. So just really enhancing that MD&A that you all kind of can review versus looking at the entire financial statement. So you look at that 10-page MD&A report and get an understanding of why things changed over the prior year. All right, last thing I want to talk about is that we continue to provide free CPE classes to our clients, something that we started back during 2009. You can see all the various courses that we teach. Again, these are virtually done, and so if you want anyone to be included on the invite list, just let us know. And again, we try to do at least for a year. During the pandemic, we probably had about 10 with all the issues with the federal grant money and things of that nature. We want to make sure our clients are on top of things. And that concludes my presentation. I can address any questions that you all may have at this time.
All right, I have seen our IT people circulating. Are people having problems getting in the queue? I see the queue there, but I'm asking, is anyone else having, okay, looks like the queue is working. All right, Dr. Rao.
Okay. On page 13, you discuss basically how you had to reduce cash balances in the general fund and the T-Splotus account and increase. Is that primarily due to the delayed reconciliations that you had to go back and make these adjustments?
It's a combination of things, change in staff, different people came in after the fact and having to go back to figure out what was done by previous management. That was one. A lot of times with pooled cash accounts, we see a lot of clients struggle with that in recording pooled cash and making sure the activity is in the right fund. And so a lot of times the offsetting entry to move cash is between interfund balances or transfers in and out. And so a lot of that didn't reconcile because your bank accounts weren't properly reconciled. And so it was a combination of a lot of things. Delays in reconciling the accounts properly, change in management, and people had to go back to figure out what was done previously, and it required a lot of work.
Okay. I guess this is a question for the city manager. Given the delays that we saw happen in 2023, what have we done to make sure that reconciliations happen in a timely fashion? Heard his recommendation, definitely shouldn't go beyond 60 days. What have we done with that? And I was very curious about the underestimate on utility receivables for our sanitation. Can you speak to that? Because that was 5.8 million.
Sure. So we have some new people on our team, and Catherine Conner is our Revenue and Treasury Manager. Please stand up so everybody knows who you are. And has been working diligently to catch up and keep up. Thank you, Catherine. And most of you know Althea Phillip Bradley, our CFO. Stand up. And has also been working diligently with Catherine to make sure that we clear the backlog and stay caught up. In terms of the sanitation fund, it was recorded in the wrong place. So it's not that, and I want to make sure I say this for the record, there is no missing money, right?
Right.
You can
Yes.
take the microphone.
Yes, correct. No missing money.
There is no
Okay.
missing money. It's not as simple as on our various accounts which used to live in Edmonds, the funds were recorded in the wrong place. So government accounting standards require us to record the funds in the right place. And I also want to say on the record that this audit period started in October of 2022, which was almost a year before I ever got here. We have worked diligently. We're continuing to work closely with our auditors, continuing to try to train staff and to stabilize our staff in finance so that we can ensure these findings do not reoccur.
Follow-up question. Is that also the case with the reinstatement for the fund balance as it relates to what was noted with T-Splosh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, previous management and working with them on trying to figure that out prior to the new financial director and others coming on board. Yes.
And then, this is a city manager question, do we have, in your opinion, sufficient staffing in our finance department now? And if not, what does that look like? Or what should it look like?
Sure. Well, we have sufficient positions. We struggle to recruit staff. I think we have about 3 offers out and are waiting for them to make a decision. The council has been very gracious in allowing us to use Robert Half, and we have leaned on them heavily to provide us with additional resources. We've also used some contractual support in the absence of positions. In our long-term plan, we want all of our positions to be filled so we can reduce our reliance on contracted support. But in order to get the work done, we will use contracted support to help us to keep up until those positions are completely filled.
And last but not least, I heard Mr. Moses talk about by the end of this year, December, we should be on track to be caught up with all of our, no,
For 2024.
2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me
Yes, ma'am.
let me be specific, 2024 and on track for 2025.
Yes, probably by March or April or May, at worst case scenario for 2025. But
Okay.
the goal is to get it done by March 31st.
Thank you.
To
I
be in
have no
compliance.
further questions.
And I'll make one quick comment that I've worked with your finance director when she was at a former city client of ours, and she was instrumental in keeping that city on track and issuing their ACFR on time. And so I think y'all got a really good, strong finance director.
Thank
So-
you. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. On page, I think it's 14, bullet point number 2, multiple grant fund.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean that all of our grants are going into that one account?
So most of your grants should go into the multiple grants special revenue fund. That's the purpose of having a multi-grant fund. However, like your American Rescue funds, the state required for that to be in its own separate special revenue fund. But other than that, all of your multiple grants, whether it's federal or state, should be reflected in that fund.
Okay, so if all of the grants are going into one fund, and this, I'm not sure if this is city manager or finance director, but if all the grants are going into one fund, are they being coded? Are they being coded so that it is clear what is a state grant and what is a federal grant?
That should be the case. You need to make sure that you have the right call centers and things of that nature, because again, that information is pulled to go on the schedule of expenditures for federal awards to determine, which program requires a single audit. And so that is very important to make sure things are coded correctly. And then also looking at your request for reimbursements subsequent to year end and making sure, okay, these were expenditures that incurred as of 9/30 that we need to show a receivable or deferred inflow of resources as well. So yes, making sure it's coded correctly, and then also looking at that cutoff period as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want you to speak a little bit about when you gave us summation of how we started with the deficit. And the reason I want you to clarify some things on the record is because I don't want people to think that we stood up a city broke.
Right.
I'm one of the ones who was here from the beginning.
Yes.
And I can tell you that we were not broke. It was just the timing of money and the time we were receiving our revenues and the transition from the city. And I recall us having to take out a tax anticipation note so that we could pay bills timely until the timing of the money caught up. So can you speak to that? Because we have some very, we have interesting residents, some, not all. And what has been put out is that we probably should have never become a city because we didn't have enough money to become a city, which is not true because we had to do a feasibility study, and which was required by the state. And we would not have been able to move forward if we weren't financially viable to establish the city. And so it all has to do with the timing. And so can you speak to that, clarify that, so we would not have to try to explain that.
Correct. I mean, you're dead on it. I mean, when you first were created, you had to get certain things in place. And then also, like I said, the timing difference from getting things transferred over from the county, dealing with your taxes and things of that nature. I think the sales taxes didn't start coming in, maybe going to that third year. It wasn't that significant until that third year. And so it was all about a timing difference in when things got completely transferred over from the county to you all.
The second
So,
thing.
and I'm sorry, I'll say this. So we have audited pretty much all of the newly created Metro Atlanta cities in Metro Atlanta. And if you go back and look in their financial statements, the same thing happened for them the first couple of years. Just that's normal for a newly incorporated city to have those deficits until you get all of your revenues coming in.
So this is an election year, and you have one candidate saying that they had to pull the city out of a deficit. And so, just to be clear, no one had to pull us out of a deficit. It was because of the time and the money and the way that the revenues flowed. And as a result of that, we had to take out 2 tax anticipation notes. When we initially started, which was in May, and then the following year we had to take out a tax anticipation note, and then our revenues caught up. So there wasn't anything that no one did to pull us out of a deficit but time. The other thing I want clarification on, as stated, I'm one of the ones who've been here from the beginning. My access has always been to submit and not to approve what I submitted. And so when we heard that there were individuals, there was an occurrence of no checks and balances, someone going in, putting in requisitions and approving requisitions, the way that my access went was if I wanted to pay for something by way of purchase order, my CSR, formerly known as a legislative aid, went into the system and put that information in. My role was reviewing to make sure that that information was put in accurately to approve what my CSR did. From that point on, it went on to finance. In the finance role being the procurement, and it went through several channels. So I guess based on your examination, I guess I want clarification on the record because this is going to come up again. Did you find several of elected officials going beyond that scope of whether they were submitting POs and then going in and approving their own POs, doing final approvals for their own POs?
So we didn't go in and actually do any testing and pulling transactions and things of that nature. This is just getting a general understanding of that access and things of that nature. And so this is purely a recommendation based on best practices. And so we didn't pull a sample and determine that this is what happened and what, it's just based on having that access. It creates a risk and the potential to kind of, override things. And so that's why we made that recommendation based on best practices.
I understand, but as an auditor, you had to find something to give that best practice recommendation. So my question is, and it was also written, and so did you find a widespread of that happening? Because based on my experience, not any of us should have had that access. Not any of us. And I've never had that access where I could go in and approve my own PO and do final approvals for my own PO.
Yeah,
and that access was never given to us because if we didn't have the proper documentation, the proper receipt, the proper justification, then the PO, the person in the procurement department had the right of refusal to approve it. So I'm going to ask the question again, what prompted that type of response? Did you find an elected official who was going in and approving their own, who was going in and approving their own purchase orders?
So, and I'll let her come up later. So again, when we're doing our planning and preliminary work, and again, you have new management, right? And so just going through and getting that understanding of your controls and things in place, this kind of came up during that process. Yeah.
Just want to say on record that no council members nor the mayor could go beyond the first approval of a requisition. They couldn't approve a PO, they couldn't override a PO, they only had first approval rights.
So you didn't find any of us doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because I do have an open record request in to, because we were told the contrary. But thank you for saying that on the record, but I do have an open record request in. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you for the report. And what I'm seeing, of course, consistently is there's lack of quality, controls. And I know that at one point we talked about having a staff person dedicated to reviewing. Did that ever happen? That's to the city manager. Did you ever have someone for, what is it, quality control, quality assurance?
So we've contracted for that. We did a couple tries on recruiting. We're not successful, and so we're using a third party. As you know, we're using a third party as our internal auditor on our Pecards right now.
And what has the cadence been like with that? I mean, has that been working out fine as far? I guess for the public.
Mr. Bamboo Smoke is in the audience. Many people get emails from him about their compliance. And so since he activated in January, I think it's been very successful. And we've seen our compliance rate on the P-card side improve significantly. And so using a third party has actually worked out. It has a number of benefits to use a third party.
All right, yes, I've seen the improvement. I just wanted to make sure you put that on the record. I know that you mentioned, and Councilwoman Dr. Rowell and I were both talking about the investment policy. You made a recommendation stating that we need one, but it's to our understanding that we already have an investment policy. Are you aware of that?
Do you know when it was implemented? March? 2024. Okay, so it was after the audit report. So as of 9/30/2023.
Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I was listening. I hope the public is able to hear better because I could hear the folks from up here very clear. But I read the report that was in the agenda packet. The question, I think, is more for staff because I know we've been talking about these SOPs. And yes, we have had turnover of staff, and that is like it's continued. That's sort of the economy that we're living in right now. I hear the comment about more staff, Madam City Manager, but if we were to lose 2 of them tomorrow, because I won't repeat what happened with one staff member who left from the accounting staff about a year and change ago. But are we having those things properly documented and developing the necessary procedures so that we could almost plug and play without losing much of a beat?
So you collectively adopted our financial policy last year. I think it was in March. And so we do have that roadmap. Across the city, we're implementing SOPs. What I would say is finance people do not get to plug and play because even though there's a rubric to follow, And as some of you who are in that financial and grant space know, the level of professional experience and institutional knowledge that it takes to do this work is not a plug and play. The research shows it takes persons 6 months to a year to get up to speed, and probably longer in the grants and the finance space. So while we have SOPs and guidelines to follow, I need to hold on to my financial people as best as I can.
Thank you. I'm not telling you to hold on, not to hold on to them. I wish we could hold on to them forever, but thank you for the clarification. Yes, I'm aware it's difficult, and there's some level of institutional knowledge that in almost any, positions is important. But my general point was to document and put as much procedural things in place so that when we have changeover of staff, people are not necessarily starting from lower than they need to get caught up, quicker than if there are no procedures in place. Thank you.
All right. I've got a few questions. I'm going to pick up where Councilman Sebastian left off. Mr. Moses, you spoke in your presentation about how some of the issues that we're seeing are due to this turnover in staff. This is my first city, but it's not your first city or you, Madam City Manager. Is this level of turnover common?
Yes.
Okay.
It's common, and then also I'll say for a lot of governments, and this is just not in Georgia, it's across the nation, not having qualified people in the accounting department. We picked up a client that's 4 years behind on their audit because it's a city government, and the city clerk was acting as the finance director with not an accounting or finance degree. And so that's going on a lot across the nation, not having qualified people. And so it's very important, it's something that's being addressed by the institutions, universities, the Society of CPAs, and creating that pipeline of accountants coming through. So again, it's turnover and not having qualified people and students majoring in accounting and things of that nature as well.
All right, Mr. Adams, we promise not to do that to you. So I'm a simple person. I did not major in accounting. I didn't take an accounting class. So it's a lot of big words and a lot of big numbers on this sheet. I want to go to page 13 where you talked about the preparation in the bank reconciliations, the reducing the cash by, $1.5 million, $2 million, $500,000. You're saying that, and either I'm not sure who can answer this, but are you saying that these corrections are not missing or found money? These were just things that were entered in a wrong column?
They were entered in the wrong fund and things of that nature. Or, okay, you may have had something that was represented as an outstanding check at year end, but it truly wasn't an outstanding check, and so an adjustment was required. So it's not like the cash went out the door somewhere unaccounted for.
Right. And is this the same for page 16 for these amounts payable?
So that's just you see that a lot in a lot of governments. We're dealing with cutoff. It may be that, let's say, 9/30/2023, right? And let's say 4 months later, one of your department heads received an invoice that they just kind of held on. They didn't turn it over to the accounting department. And so and then it gets paid several months later. And so when we're doing our search for unrecorded liabilities, up until the audit report date, we'll pick that up and say, oh, this represents services that were rendered as of 9/30/2023 that should have been recorded as a payable as of then. And so some of it is timing differences. I know some of my bigger governments, it's a big issue, big counties, because a lot of departments, and they're holding on to those invoices and not turning them in timely to the accounting department. And so, again, it's just a cutoff issue that we see a lot.
All right. Madam City Manager, I know that when you first came in, you asked for some public works contracts that couldn't be found, and we had to re-vote on them again. Might that be the origin of some of these missed receivables?
I really couldn't say. I think most of these were to do with a timing issue. So when you get those year-end instructions from the CFO and a hard deadline is given on getting your, and this is for all departments as well as those of you who or have purchase orders or outstanding invoices, this is an example of why. Because if we don't record it as a receivable for that year and then we pay it in the following year, it ends up becoming an audit finding.
So glad you brought that up. As our fiscal year is coming to an end, do we know when that cutoff will be?
August 31st.
August 31st.
Yes, you will receive a memo
Okay,
on
so we
the
got about
cutoff
6
dates.
weeks left.
Correct.
Alrighty. I hear that it's common, but I am still concerned about the turnover, not just in this department, but in other departments. I know that we are doing exit interviews, Madam City Manager. What percentage of those are being completed, and are we, after we do the exit interviews, what are we doing with them? Is there any sort of research into trends or patterns that we're seeing?
Mayor, I know that question was directed towards the city manager, but just as the city attorney on advice of counsel, given pending litigation, it'd be my advice not to answer that at this time.
Okay. Hey. All right. I have one more question. You talked about, you surveyed, I think, 25 invoices and 9 of them had not been paid, which is like,
Or paid late.
paid late.
Yes.
Sorry, paid late. It's like 30%. Was that just a random sampling?
Yes, it was just a random sample that we do for like control testing. And so we pull that sample from your general fund, and we just pick the beginning check number and the ending check number of that fiscal year, and just run a random sample of 25.
And do we know how many days was it like, because we have a net 60, net 90? Net
Do you
30.
recall some of those dates? I'm not sure, but it's more, it had to be more than 30 days late.
Okay, all right. Well, those are my questions for now. Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her second time.
I guess this is more so for the city manager. We need you all to help us help you. So for the Tyler training, we all went through, it was a lot, and we did not get the follow-up written material to help us reference back to how to do queries on things that we are reviewing, not approving, but things that we are reviewing. And so we need that. The other thing is, we on that training, I did ask the CFO to give us a spreadsheet. I did one that, I have one for my personal use that I created. I do have a BA in accounting, so I did major in accounting. So, and a master's too. So, we do need some type of tool. She asked me to send it, but I didn't, because I would rather for her team to make something up standard for everybody to use and put it as part of policy. We need some type of tool that will help us balance and reconcile our credit cards and our purchase orders for real time numbers, because the credit card numbers lag 30 days. So it's sometimes the things that's posted to the system, well, it's going to always lag, but we know what we spent, so we need a way to reconcile our numbers, and by way of a spreadsheet tool. So that is desperately needed. And when systems and things are updated, we need to know as well. For example, we have a lot of authentication things that pop up and we didn't know about. You know, we just all of a sudden can't use our emails. We're locked out of the systems. And so I just will say that when we have system changes as it relates to finance, to let us know. I know we have new protocol now when it comes to Pecard, and Bamboo is doing a good job. Bamboo is doing a good job. Yeah, well, I said Bamboo is doing a good job. Sometimes I want to choke him, but he is doing a good job, and that's not being literal. I'm just saying that he's doing a good job. If I feel that way, he's doing a good job, and so I think we need some written, and I don't mean that literally. So I don't want nobody saying she said she want to choke anybody, but that means he's really staying on us and holding us accountable, and I really do appreciate that. But I would ask that we have some type of written material on what needs to be submitted in Truist with our items, because they are requiring additional documentation now, receipts, sign-in sheets, flyers, and that's good because it takes all of the mystery away of why we're spending county funds. City funds. And so, but we do need some type of documentation that we can reference back to on what needs to be submitted, because trying to remember all of that is hard. Lastly, I would ask, and I've asked this several times, that we need some type of central place where we can keep all of our financial forms so we can just go out there and grab them. When we travel, remembering to do the hotel, motel tax. I don't want to have to keep searching in my emails or keep asking people to send that stuff. Also, the sales use tax exemption. I feel like I'm a country bumpkin walking into some places and I have this big old long form telling them that and presenting it to them and telling them that they have to. So we need something that is more compact. And I heard we're supposed to be getting new P cards with the sales exempt tax number on it. I think that would be helpful. And then if we could kind of, when we're using certain places, like BJ's, sometimes we have to go there for community outreach. I went ahead, I got a card, but I put the clerk on it in case if he needs to go to BJ's for city business, and there's already a tax exemption documentation for him to use, and I gave him the card. So if we could kind of do more uniform things like that, that kind of would keep us out of spending, using tax. People charging us tax. These are things that I'm saying from sitting in this role would help, because we started from ground zero. There weren't a lot of policies in place, and we're still putting policies in place, and we're still being educated, and we're still learning as we go. But from sitting in this role from 8 years, those are the things that I feel that we as elected officials need for us to help you in the state compliance. And then when we
I'm sorry, Councilman Willis, you're over time, but I'll give you another minute just to wrap up.
And when we are onboarding people, whether they're new CSRs or elected officials, we need all of this stuff like in a electronic document housed on OneDrive, so that we can always go back and reference, because not all of us are getting that type of training and uniform training to help us stay compliant. That's what's hurting us as well from our role. There's not a lot of training, and there's still a lot of learning to go on. And if we put SOPs in place, we need financial SOPs for elected officials. That will be helpful. I yield.
All right, thank you, Councilman Willis, and thank you for reminding me of this issue with Tyler. I do have a question. You will be starting the FY24 audit, and we have migrated into Tyler with finance. So will all of your inquiry for FY24 be done through Tyler? Do we still need to use Edmunds to reconcile the two? Or just can you talk about this migration of legacy data or historical data from Edmunds to Tyler?
So we brought over fiscal '25, which is our current year, and '24 from Edmunds to Tyler. That said, when we're doing our '24 audit, I'm pretty sure we will still have to, some of the information, we will still rely on Edmunds for historical data. And so that was already anticipated when we made the transition to Tyler. And so to answer your question, the information lives in Tyler, but I would not be surprised if they have to use Edmunds for further research.
All right, and then for 23 backward, if at any point someone wants to do an audit, like I don't want this to be like a Windows 2000 situation where like you go to log in and Edmunds just doesn't work anymore because we're not supporting it or we don't have a contract for it.
So typically what happens is you retain a license for inquiry in an old system for the duration of the time of the open records requirement. Or records retention requirement is probably best.
And just so we know, what is that time?
I want to say for financial records, it's 7 years?
7 years.
It's 7 years. So my concern is there was a time when many residents were calling for a forensic audit. We never did one. And you're telling me that the 2017 records from 8 years ago, we are no longer required to keep. And as of next year, the 2018 records, we won't be required to keep. Are we keeping them beyond the 7 years?
Typically, everything that we have in, everything that we've ever done in Edmunds is still there. And there is a way to data warehouse the information should we ever decide that we need to use it or if we ever need to go back.
That would be my fervent wish. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moses.
Thank you all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, I believe we have an executive session. Please sound that item.
Yes, that brings us to executive session for personnel and litigation.
Entertain a motion and a vote. All right. We don't need to do that. All right. The attorney says we don't need to do it. You cool? All right. Entertain a motion to reconvene from executive session.
I motion to reconvene from executive session.
I'm sorry? Yeah, there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are reconvened at 5:54 p.m.
All right, we're reconvened. Mr. Clerk, was there anything decided in executive session for which we need to take a public vote now?
No, sir, there was nothing decided in executive session that requires a public vote.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is Pecard Audit by Baker Tilly Firm.
I was going to say good evening, Mayor, but he's not there. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Pete Gonda with Baker Tilly. My colleague Woody Battle will join me in a second to present on a few slides. We're going to walk you through a Pecard program review we did. We did a review of the city's overall Pecard program, and other folks in our firm did some more detailed work with specific regard to the mayor's transaction. Our portion of this presentation just is on the overall Pecard program review, which was a best practice policy and procedural review of the city's program. You could see on screen, we had several project phases that began in late January and culminated in this presentation to council. For context, this is part of a broader effort by the city manager to address concerning Pecard practices. It's a best practice review. There's been some legal research and also the forensic analysis. So in addition to what we're doing, the city is actively involved in addressing concerning Pecard practices, and you'll hear a little bit about that. Pecard programs are very commonly used by local governments for efficient purchasing, but they're really best when used with strong internal controls, because cards by their nature are susceptible to misuse. It's very common to see them established for use by employees, much less common to see P-cards assigned to elected officials, although it does happen. It's just much less common. Our practice includes several former city managers and finance directors, and none of them and us would endorse the practice of issuing P-cards to elected officials. So one thing we really would like to contextualize for council and members of the public is that South Fulton is really in its infancy as an incorporated government, and we see this as contributory to some of the concerning purchasing practices that we've seen. The average age for cities in California, where I'm from, is over 100 years, and we've just conducted a review with a city that was 31 years young and found similar concerns. So please keep that in mind, and I'd like Woody to present a few slides on transactions.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. The next few slides will go into some detail about the landscape of the transactions that we analyzed over the 25-month period of our review. This goes from January 23 to January 2025. We reviewed all cardholders, 85 of them, which are within the city of South Fulton. 9 cardholders, or 11% of those, represent the council member cohort, and then the remaining 89% of cardholders represent the staff cohort. Again, further on the landscape, the actual dollar figures we're looking at for our analysis was about $2.86 million of all the transactions that flowed through the city's P-card program over that 25-month period. $840,000 of those dollars were by the council member cohort, with $2.02 million by the staff member cohort. We have some averages here as well for what that means in terms of the number of cards held by that group and how many average dollars they would have spent in that 25-month period. Breaking down in a little more detail for the staff and department cohort, you can see by department, there's a few departments that are tending to spend more through their P cards than others, with economic development, fire, police, and public works being the highest of the cohort. And then closer to the bottom include some of the departments such as information technology, finance, communications, et cetera. This is just another representation for visual purposes of exactly the information I showed. And again, want to just focus that this is about 2.02 million of the total 2.86 million of the dollars we reviewed. The second cohort of the two I mentioned is the staff and council member cohort. Breaking this down similar to what we did for the departments, we're showing the spend by purchase card by district. We want to highlight too here that this is the 25-month period, and across this period, you have some council members that came in and out of their respective districts. We were purely looking at the data for transactions spent by the city across a 25-month period. Again, just a visual representation showing some of the districts floating higher to the top of that spend, with the average being the majority of the cards close to that $80,000 to $95,000 range for that pure transactions in a 25-month period. This is just the landscape of all the transactions. I'll turn it back to my colleague Pete to discuss more of the recommendations based off of what we can divine from some of these data points that I just highlighted.
So we're going to spend a couple of minutes talking about our analysis and observations. And one thing we would note that from a benchmark perspective, South Fulton does not have a high number of P cards for mid-sized cities, but the level of spend, especially in high-risk areas, is considerable. And by high risk, we're talking about food, travel, lodging, special events, equipment, materials, and supplies, and the like. The city, in fact, does have a solid policy in place. But what it had lacked until now is an accountable structure, a strong internal control structure for enforcing policy violations, especially for elected officials. So all of this is in process now, and we'll go over some of that in a minute. One of the things that struck us in conducting our review is that it's very apparent that transactions made in violation of policy requirements were contra to what the 2022 audit, we're not contra to, we're consistent with findings from the 2022-23 third-party audit that was done. And we encountered 13 examples of the 18 audit recommendations where we observed policy violations continuing to occur. And the other thing we would note really is that the P card practices that we've observed are really inconsistent with best and prudent practice, and at minimum expose the organization to waste and card misuse, but also you're at risk of fraud and reputational damage and loss of public trust. So, one of the things that we wanted to bring forward is really the volume and the value of the transactions and types of purchases by council members were concerning to us based on our experience. We really think that policy and procedural updates in process, greater compliance enforcement and training, all in process, will really benefit the city going forward. And as you can see, the city is addressing problematic practices as we speak. One of the things we wanted to review is just asking a question of whether South Fulton elected officials should have P cards, and this applies to all elected officials. Here in Georgia, the state law does allow elected officials to have P cards with strong controls in place. We don't believe it's a best or a prudent practice and would recommend against it, but there are practical realities here for South Fulton that may warrant elected officials to have P cards. But why it wouldn't be prudent is that for the reasons enumerated on the screen, such as not reporting to a supervisor and being accountable above, to someone above, and so on and so forth here. I won't I won't go through all of the language on slide here. So one of the things that that we're concerned about is relative to whether there's what is the public purpose, the overall public purpose of some of the items that the city purchases to provide to constituents. There isn't a strong social safety net here in in Fulton County, so there are events that are held where purchases are made and given for items that are given to constituents. State law really isn't clear in this area on what might constitute a gift of public funds in a general sense, which folks may conclude that that's happening. So absent that clarity, the city attorney secured an opinion from outside legal counsel conveying that the city really needs to identify a primary public purpose when using public funds to make a purchase. So, following that, a practical guide has been developed, a 4-pronged test that all cardholders across the city are going to use as a means to determine whether a particular purchase serves a primary public purpose that provides a substantial benefit to constituents. In terms of recommendations for improvement, recommendation 1 is really for the city to reevaluate mayor and council member use of purchasing cards. There's a number of ways to tighten controls around this one. Obviously would be to cancel the cards, or at minimum adopt a no tolerance policy for misuse and require immediate suspension pending further review. But we really want to make the point that it doesn't matter if it's a council member making the expense or a staff member. Sub-bullet number 1 really applies broadly across the city to every card holder. There could be situations where staff members can make compliant purchases on behalf of the mayor and council, and then you might want to opt to have some sort of a public process to either post Pecard statements or review questionable purchases here in this forum. And the second recommendation goes back to the city attorney's 4-pronged test to establish that primary public purpose. The city has provided responses. There's a longer memo that connects to this presentation, and the city has provided responses to each of our recommendations, and I'll let y'all just a minute to read them here before I move on to the next set of recommendations. Here's the city's response to recommendation number 2. Including the 4-pronged test that you see on bottom. Recommendations for improvement 3 and 4, adopt a best practice purchasing card program structure to include all these elements at minimum and ensure all the findings from 2022 are meaningfully addressed. And the city's response here, and as you can see, the city's either implemented or will be implementing all of the following items. And the city's response to recommendation 4. There have been some staffing changes that was alluded to earlier with the annual audit presentation, and finance in general, procurement in particular, has had some staffing challenges. One of the things I mentioned earlier is looking at spending in certain areas such as equipment and supplies, travel, lodging, transportation, food and beverage. It's a considerable amount of spend. Along with that, and with the absence of strong controls, elevates the risk, right? So recommendation 5 is around establishing inventory controls to mitigate that risk and facilitate cost savings and efficiencies. And then our last recommendation here, number 6, is to look at purchasing card transactions in conjunction with other methods of procurement to see if there's opportunities for consolidation, savings, or maybe some of the transactions are best done on purchase orders or contracts or through other means. And then this is the city's response to recommendations 5 and 6. I'll let Why don't you take a look at that? And would note that regarding travel, lodging and transportation, a large portion of that is made by the police and fire departments who have required training they have to go to. So just to level set on that number we showed you earlier, a big chunk of that was related to training and recruitment for safety-related expenses. That concludes our presentation. Here's the final responses too. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun on that a little bit. But essentially, procurement and IT will be working together to come up with some inventory controls, as noted. And there'll be a compliance officer hired to take a more active role in Pecard compliance enforcement. That does conclude our presentation.
All right, the queue is open. Are there any questions? All right, I don't see any. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Dr. L. We're still in the 3 o'clock meeting.
Thank you for your presentation. And I also want to thank the staff for responding in terms of what has been put in place to address concerns that council had as it relates to our Pecard audit. And again, I think this was in keeping with the concerns we heard from the public about making sure we were being good stewards of the city's resources to take a deeper dive. I'm glad you pointed out that a significant portion of this comes from the required training primarily for our public safety personnel. That's about half of the money for the 2-year period. And I also wanted to note for the record that as it relates to mayor and council spending, that's in, it's not in context with the approved budgets that we earmark for our districts each year. And I think that's important for the public to be aware of. That was more just commentary I wanted to provide. It's a lot in this report that, you know, some of it is thinking a little bit later, but thank you for your work on this.
We concur with your sentiment, Councilmember Rao.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, I have some questions. The first one is, how much was this audit?
$75,000.
Okay. The next question is, you talked in this analysis that there were statements, that the Pecard statements were not reviewed by a staff person regularly. And I guess I'll ask this of you, Madam City Manager, although I do want to be clear that this is a 25-month study and you are not here for the entire 25 months. Was this lack of reviewing statements regularly by staff an issue of turnover, or was it an issue that there was just no one that had been assigned to it?
It's actually both. You may all recall, before I got here, there was a woman that used to review the Pecards. That's what I was told.
Oh, yes, yes.
Carrie. She left. Somebody replaced her. That person left. Devon? That person left. That person was not replaced. And that was, you know, our, essentially, our responsibility was to get that replacement person, and that wasn't done.
So you talked about, you surveyed city managers and finance directors, and they recommended that elected officials don't have P cards. I mean, I think that's of course what they're going to say because they are responsible for all those things. So anytime they can take work that is complicated and political off their plate, they're probably going to make that recommendation. However, you did also talk about concerns about using the P cards to purchase items that were seen as gifts or could be seen as gifts. We talked about book bag drives and food giveaways. In the other cities that you have worked in, how are those things handled if not through a council member and their P card?
I can, directly from my experience, we've done, I think I've done now close to 40 procurement reviews in 11 states, and this is the first time I've encountered this practice. So it is not typical in my experience, in my review, or I'm from California. The laws governing P card usage in California are much stricter than they are here, and it's simply not a practice that would be allowable because it would constitute a gift of public funds. So we don't encounter it a lot, but we realize that in Georgia, there can be a four-pronged test applied to establish a primary public purpose to be able to do things like that. And that is something that the city attorney may wish to speak to, but that is a process going forward that might be a benefit to the city.
Okay, so I hear you saying that my question isn't, well, I know in these other places, people are doing book bag drives and people are doing food giveaways. That happens everywhere around the country. I'm saying, how are other cities facilitating it? I understand they may not be doing it this way, but is there a way that you recommend that we could do that?
If my colleagues know of that, I don't work in that space. I do procurement reviews.
Yeah, Mayor, I can add a few thoughts here as well. So one example you can have is a more defined special events program that's owned by a specific department, say your public services or your Parks and Recreation department that has a slate of events. They have budgets for all of these events. Maybe a book bag drive or a similar type of program is a part of one of those events that you'd have, and then you still have multiple opportunities for how you go about purchasing the materials for each of those events. Do I have a blanket purchase order for some of those gifts? Is there isolated incidences when I'm using a purchase card for some of those events? So that just gives a little more color to how you can facilitate some of the events you're looking to do rather than what is currently being done for the city of South Fulton.
But what I would add to that, thank you, Woody, what I would add to that is that what you won't see is spending large sums of money to give away items to members of the public, because it would constitute a gift of public funds. So there would have to be some other arrangement through a nonprofit agency, through some type of other agency that is able to do this stuff free from worry about potentially gifting public funds.
Right. You mentioned challenges with issues with us paying sales tax. I know that very often I've been in a situation where I've been in a store, I present the form, maybe they take the form, maybe they don't take the form, maybe the clerk doesn't know how to take off the sales tax. What would be your, I don't think that these charges are being made for a lack of trying, but what happens when you get pushback from these vendors about that?
Well, it's going to be something that the city will be challenged with. I think there definitely needs to be training and awareness that the city is exempt from the payment of sales tax. So training is going to be a big component. But my understanding is that the city is also already working with Truist Bank to get the words tax exempt embossed on P cards. And not only that, is to get your new P card, you're going to have to go through a justification process for getting the new P card and going to training for which, where that will be emphasized.
my request, I guess, Madam City Manager, would be like if we find ourselves at a point of sale or point of purchase, because sometimes, you need the things like right away. There's people waiting for coffee with a cop or whatever, that there be a specific person that we can call that can liaise with whoever it is that we're talking to make sure that, they can say it maybe in a way that we cannot.
What we've done is, in some instances where it's unavoidable, you just have to pay the tax, we have worked with the vendor to get it refunded.
And then, just the last question, there were questions about travel, and there is a debate about whether or not you need a P card to travel. I do think that there are things that come up like overweight baggage fees, in-flight Wi-Fi. These can be small things, or they can be big things, depending on like how overweight your bag is and how long the trip is. But you did have a recommendation in here with the police department about having a special card, I think, for training, because they had hundreds of thousands of dollars in training, and just having that on a special card. What would your thoughts be about having a special card just for travel for elected officials?
So just to clarify, Mayor, the notion of a P card for police and fire travel is something that the city is looking into, and it was part of their response to our recommendations. At the top level, we would recommend what we see as the most common model, especially for council member travel, is that there's a liaison, there's an aide in the office that has a card under their name and books the travel on behalf of the council member. That's the most, the most common model, and it's one that we would recommend. Could there be a card specific for travel? There could be, but I think our review was more general in nature and didn't dive into the actual travel policy. So to review that in greater detail, to have someone review that and then determine those types of options, it would require a little research.
That I guess would just be my recommendation. I wouldn't want any of us, the thing about policies is that in every organization, the people at the bottom levels may or may not know everything that the policymakers know. And then when you're on the other side of the counter, you only know the policy as it's being communicated by the person on that side of the counter, right? So if I get to a hotel, I wouldn't want any of us to get into a confrontation with a desk clerk who is demanding a card with our name on it, for incidental charges, or for someone to miss a flight because they're going back and forth with a clerk about a $250, or $200 overweight baggage charge, which is what they are on international flights, right? So you could pay the $200, or you can miss the flight and then pay $1,000 to get a new flight, right? So I wouldn't want anyone to be in those situations. So if there were a card that was specifically for travel, and that would be monitored probably as heavily as all these other cards, I think that would be just helpful. So those are my thoughts at this time. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks again for the presentation. Just want to revisit something that you said. Given that I'm in my first term here as council member, just a little over 3.5 years, you mentioned that some of this is not a term you use, but you alluded to it, that some of these issues that you're seeing are growing pains because of the age of our city. And it's, in my observation, both from the outside and now that I'm on the inside, that we basically are building as we go, right? And so I'm happy to hear and to see the recommendations that staff is put in place based on, at least the actions the staff is putting in place based on your recommendations. But I also wanted to to suggest that if we do some of the things that we're doing, still, but also, because this is what I hear from you, this is what I'm hearing, or at least I'm interpreting, it's not so much sometimes the act, but it's because it's been done by the council members, right? In other words, you're not saying don't meet people's needs if someone needs some book bags because I can't afford to get book supplies. You're saying council members should not do that, and we should find ways of doing that through other departments. And I think you also mentioned nonprofits, which, by the way, I'm not even sure how we even engage with those. But that is something that I think I need to go back and clarify with staff, how we actually engage with nonprofits. But am I correct in saying that it is not so much what we do, but how we do it? Because I think what was happening, we were looking at two forms of paying for things, and one was just the P cards that we have. And you're saying, yes, that is okay, but it just shouldn't be done by us because it's not the usual thing.
In the most general sense, the response to that, Council Member Sebastian, is that council makes the policies, right? Council decides what the policies are, staff carries them out, right? So to the extent a council member might be making a purchase, an operational purchase, that would be contra to the way the system is supposed to work. So that's at the highest level. And then in looking at, you do budget for events. You budget for these events. You go through a process to do that. What the city attorney is saying is, based on the outside legal counsel opinion, is before any funds are spent by anybody at the city, that the four-pronged test should apply to make sure there's a primary public purpose. So under that rubric, yes, if you were going to have a book bag event, for example, you'd have to apply the test to make sure that it's met, the four-pronged test.
Thank you. Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for the review, and thank you for the forensic audit review. I have been on this council for 8 years, and what I will tell you is that I do agree with the auditors, and some of the stuff is just blatant violation and people not wanting to follow the policy. And some of it, to put in context, they did not say that that giving book bags were gifts to the public. What they said is that we need to make sure we justify the public good. For example, a lot of us have Title I schools in our districts. A lot of us have poverty issues in our district. So what was explained to us is not that we were giving book bags away that was wrong, that we need to make sure that we related to the public good. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Now, what was said is that there were 3 instances where travel by non-city employees was paid for with the mayor's P card, specifically 3 transactions for a trip to Bogota, Colombia, for a Penn State foreign exchange student, which was not approved. And
I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop you, Councilman Willis. I would love to talk about everything that happened in the mayor's forensic audit, but that is not the audit that we are discussing now. We are currently discussing the $75,000 audit of all 8 P cards. I'm sorry, not the mayor's P card, the other 7 council P cards over a 2-year period.
Your transactions were included in our 25-month analysis, but we didn't do what the forensic analysis did. We looked at transactions more generally.
So I just want to make sure that we keep to the topic. I don't want us to jump ahead of your presentations.
I'm not jumping ahead of anything. This was included in the as he just stated, so I would like to
No,
retain my time.
it wasn't included in our report.
Yeah.
You said it was or it was not?
It was not.
It was not.
So you all are 2 separate, so they're coming up next. Is that what's gonna happen? Okay, because I just don't want, what residents don't like is that for us to sit and not take accountability. We were told what we need to do. We were told what we did wrong. We were told how we need to improve. And I think we should take our marching orders. But to sit here and just point out things without context, I just think it's wrong. And for example, everybody on this council did not, the auditor did not say everybody on this council did not, was in violation of not turning in receipts. That would be Keosha Bell, that would be me, and several other council members. We were in compliant when in turning in our receipts. He did also say for those who did not turn in receipts that we can go back and to the merchant and get the receipts. So let's just make sure when we're pointing out things that we put clear context around it. Don't just point out things because those cameras are looking out. Because trust me, when we get to this next report, there's going to be a lot of explaining that have to be done. Thank you. I yield.
Seeing and hearing no further comments, I will take a motion to adjourn this meeting. This was the special call meeting at 3 o'clock. The next audit will be at the 4 o'clock meeting. Go ahead.
I move to adjourn to the 3 o'clock special call meeting.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 6:30 p.m.
All right, Mr. Clerk, let's please sound the roll for the let me go ahead and call to order the 4 o'clock work session of City Council. We are a little bit behind schedule. We had an extra long executive session. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
It's roll call for the July 22nd work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Here.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
So, Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item is the Mayor's Forensic Audit. This will be presented by Baker Tilly.
Go ahead.
Sorry, good evening. My name is Chris Califatis. I'm a partner at Baker Tilly, and we were hired to conduct this forensic audit on the mayor's transactions. Going to try to take you through this very quickly since we're behind time. So before I turn it over to my colleague Randy, just want to give a quick executive summary. The purpose of this audit was to review the P-card purchases of the mayor and to determine if the purchases were made for personal purposes or if there were other violations of state or city regulations or policies. We looked at over 700 different transactions that were made on the mayor's P-card covering about a 2-year period that in total was about 109,000. The approach we took for this engagement, we looked at key documentation, policies, procedures, bank statements, receipts. We talked to the mayor as well as other persons that worked as part of the city of South Fulton, as well as vendors when also necessary. And then from that, we tried to look at various internal control gaps and also potential questionable purchases as well. The conclusions we had, we saw several violations of the travel and P-card policies. We saw approvals that did not exist from the people that were required to do those approvals. There may have been some approvals by people within the city, but according to the policy, the folks that may have done those approvals weren't the required ones. We also saw $459 was paid to the mayor as a per diem for a trip, and that trip was later canceled. But according to the documentation that we saw, those funds were not repaid to the city. We saw payment for a flight by what appeared to be like an intern. So depending on if you classify that as a city employee or not, I guess that's up to the council to decide. We also saw some payments that are not allowed in accordance with policy, such as Cash App services, and again, more sales tax paid on Georgia purchases. We also saw countless other things that might not have been a direct violation of policy, but, could be construed as potentially questionable if those were for city business or if those were personal, like in nature. It's just kind of hard to tell based on looking at the documentations and through the interviews that we conducted. And there's also other purchases that probably were made that should have had a department within the city more involved, such as IT for things like equipment or software, for example. And I'll turn it over to Randy to dive into this in a little more detail.
Thank you, Chris. My name is Randy Sherritt. I'm Senior Manager with Baker Tilly, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about these next few slides. Georgia Code Title 36, Local Government 36-80-24 is very specific as it relates to the use of a purchasing card by an elected official. Local elected officials shall be prohibited from the use of a government purchasing card unless the following requirements are met. Purchases must directly relate to the official's public duties. They must be in accordance with established policies and procedures. Documents related to such purchase must be available for public inspection. And the city's travel policy and Pecard policy, there are multiple relevant sections that outline what is allowable as described in the subsequent slides. So the city's travel policy. Travel by an elected official shall be authorized by the city manager or city clerk. Travel out of state, or if above $1,500, must be approved on a request for travel expenditure form. Travel must be authorized, or the traveler will be held personally responsible for all non-authorized expenses. The city will pay for the economy basic class ticket. An upgraded class ticket may be requested and approved with proper documentation. Non-reimbursed expenses include expenses of other persons not directly employed with the city, except for authorized business meals with proper documentation, airline upgrades not approved in advance, and other items not clearly identified by policy. Okay, the city's Pecard policy. The mayor is authorized to use a Pecard, but must follow the rules of Code 36-80-24 that I just went over. City officials and personnel may not use a purchase card for personal non-business related expenses, Cash App or similar money transfer services, sales tax, except where state law does not exempt those local governments, computer or technology equipment, software and licenses, entertainment unless it is approved in advance like a city-sponsored event, or food purchases with the public unless they are pre-approved. All right, so what we found. There were 20 trips totaling approximately $70,000, including trips outside the United States to Canada, South America, Africa, and Europe. There was no documented approval by the city manager or city clerk for any travel taken by the mayor. That was specifically required in the travel policy. Per diems were issued to the mayor in advance for about 75% of the trips, and he believed that this meant approval was obtained. Now, let me be clear. You have the request for travel expenses, and then you also have the processing the requisition in what's the system called Edmunds, which is where the per diems were approved. There were several city employees in the finance department and in the city as a whole, including the assistant city manager, we did see some approvals by them on those screens for the per diems. However, in no instance did we see the city manager or the city clerk approve any of those per diems. The city manager indicated that on other than one trip to Paris, she was not aware of the other trips in advance and did not approve them. There is no evidence that these trips were verbally discussed in advance between the mayor and the city manager or city clerk. We're not saying that that verbal discussions didn't happen. We have not seen any documented evidence that they took place. $459, as Chris said earlier, was paid to the mayor as a per diem in November 2024 related to an Ethiopia trip that was later canceled. The only charges we saw in the transactions that we went through were for cancellation charges for the hotel. But it appears that the money was not repaid to the city. We have no documentation that shows that that per diem was repaid. The travel form was not completed for about 25% of the trips, and when it was submitted in the system, approval was not obtained by any city employee. So we have the travel request for travel expenditures form, and again, we saw the person that completed the form, but there was no approvals. 2 trips with no documented business purpose in Truist. Truist is very specific as to there's a field for business purpose, and on 2 of the trips we didn't see that. International travel for a non-city employee was paid for on the mayor's purchase card for a Penn State foreign exchange student who was an intern for a trip to Columbia for an awards banquet the mayor was invited to speak at. And to attend. Over 20 airline seat upgrades that were not pre-approved. In addition to the travel, we found other questionable purchases. Now, these may or may not violate policy, and some could be considered questionable just based on what the purchase was for, or if they were necessary for business, or if they were personal in nature. And examples are an ancestry linkage charge that the mayor had, charges for Apple Music and Sirius Radio, a banking service charge, car washes and supplies, numerous car washes, digital subscriptions to things like New York Times, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, electrical vehicle charging for the mayor's vehicle, office furniture including a desk that converts to a pool table that the mayor indicated would give the office a more modern feel. Other questionable purchases, we found that there was a drone and other IT equipment, software, or services were purchased, and the city's IT department, we feel like, should have been consulted for the majority of those, given that the amount of the purchases and what the purchase was for. It seems that they could have been funneled through the IT department. The mayor indicated that they were discussed with IT at times, but that they were not as responsive as they could have been. We found 10 purchases of food totaling over $2,600. There was no evidence indicating that these were pre-approved as required. However, documentation as to who received the food did exist, and these transactions appear to be for a business purpose. They just weren't approved according to policy. Prohibited payments per policy were made for cash app services, and sales tax was paid on numerous times for purchases paid in the state of Georgia. These are in the report. There's a list of the dollar amounts and some of the categories that I've already gone over. Some recommendations we're making, they're very similar to the one that Pete went through. Also, other recommendations based on a detailed analysis of the mayor's transactions include the need to reinforce requirements that the request for travel expenditures form should be completed in advance to authorize travel. Every single time it should be completed. Not just the form be turned in with who actually completed the form, but who approved it. And for elected officials, that has to be the city manager or the city clerk. Reinforce and or update the Pecard policies to clarify that IT equipment, software, and related purchases should be handled by those departments in coordination with the finance department. And those are the recommendations. Chris and I would be glad to take any questions that you may have.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
What it said is already, I don't have to, but I do have one question. For the money that was not returned for canceled trips that you sought per diems for, that an auditor is saying the money was not returned, what happened to the money?
Is that your only question?
Let me just clarify, that was for one trip.
What was the call? How much was that?
$459.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there were 3 instances where travel non-city employees was paid for Mayor's Pecard, specifically 3 transactions for Bogota, Columbia, for a Penn State foreign exchange student, which was not approved. And that was for the amount of, let's see. I see two amounts, $2,786 and one for $594. And then we have some IT stuff, ancestry linkage, the Apple Music. So, in your professional opinion, I don't want to prolong this because there's a lot of stuff that that was flagged for any money that should not have been, like for the reimbursement for, if we didn't get our money back for the per diem once the trip was canceled, for the trips that was paid for non-employees. What have you seen cities do? Have they made the elected official pay those expenses back? Or what happens? What's the repercussions, I guess?
Well, historically, yes, if people incur a per diem in advance and the trip is canceled, the expectation that those funds would end up getting reimbursed, back to the organization. I think a lot of these other things that you mentioned, there's a lot of ways of handling things. I think at some point it comes down to what management's appetite is, and our job is to report the facts of what we saw.
Right.
I'm not going to suggest something needs to be handled a certain way.
Right.
So I think it's best if y'all discuss that and decide how you'd like to handle these things. And the question about the 459, what happened to it, I don't know, was that a question for us, or was that a question to the mayor, or?
Well, you said you interviewed the mayor.
Right.
So
Well,
did you ask
we-
him that question?
That came up after the fact. We just got documentation recently on that, so we didn't, at the time we interviewed the mayor, we did not have the information as to whether it was paid back or not. We just recently found out that according to the city records, it did not appear to have been paid back. But we have yet had a chance to discuss that with the mayor.
So I would ask Ms. Subadad, do you have any knowledge of that being paid back?
Not to my knowledge, but I haven't investigated it. I believe they asked for finance for any records, and there were none that they could find.
We do know that it was broken into two payments, it appeared, $200 and then $259.
The other thing I want to ask, for the non-city employee, tax funds was paid for the Columbia trip. So I know I'm not asking for recommendations, but would it be reasonable if the city decided they wanted to request for those funds back?
Well, let me just also say that person appear to be an intern. And so we're not sure if the city considers an intern to be a full-time employee. We don't, but that would be.
We don't consider an intern to be a full-time employee.
Okay.
So let me, on the other question in terms of what would happen, again, I think it comes back to what your policy is and what actions you choose to take or not take according to the policy. That expense would not be something that should have happened unless it was pre-approved in advance, which it wasn't, but whatever y'all decide is certainly up to y'all as opposed to us.
Typically, we have a budget and travel for us. For our CSRs, they have a budget and for training and travel under the clerk. And that's how that is handled. So what is paid for out of our budget is supposed to be for our travel and training. There was also mention of and I'll let this be the last thing because I know we need to move on. There was also mention of an awards, a party or something being paid for over in Ghana. Can you expound on that? It was an award ceremony or something. It was,
I mean, we have that in the notes, but like details, again, some of these trips that were taken, it's up to y'all to determine, do you think these things are reasonable or not? And what return on investment does that bring to the city? That's up to y'all, just like any expense that the city incurs. I think the city should stand by the funds that were used for these, and that's a decision that's up to y'all to make. I'm sure the mayor may have a comment on the business purpose in his eyes about that trip and some other trips as well.
Do you have the date you're referring to on that trip?
I just remember you all mentioned it, hold on a second. I won't prolong it because I know, and these reports are subject to, I'll get the city manager and my colleagues on it. Some of the stuff, we didn't have policies in place, and, some, but not all, not most of the stuff. Most of the stuff was not justified. But we will, I guess, convene and figure out how much needs to be paid back and how much it needs to be, or what the next steps are. That's all I can say. Thank you. I appreciate you. This is what the residents asked for. We did what the residents asked for, and I think that this is a very thorough report. So I appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Any other questions for us?
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Okay, and I just want to make, just so I have this all together. So there was a comment that was made in the report that said there were trips listed in the table had 411 individual transactions. What I have in front of me is 20 trips overseas and in the U.S., totaling about $70K for travel and about $9,000 in per diem. What are the 411 individual transactions? Can you?
Well, those
expound on
trips
that?
had numerous individual transactions. So if you add all them up, that's how we got to there would be international service fee that would be, some trips had about 6 or 7 of those. So
those 400 individual transactions are included in the totals on these trips that I'm seeing in this spreadsheet?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So the total that we have here of showing that the travel spending was about 70,000 and per diem was about 9,000 within a 25-month period.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring up this click share. I have a screen to share. So it's red here, and I have the presentation up on my screen. If I will wait for someone in the control room to put it up on the screen so that people can see it. It will. It starts with the South Fulton logo. Okay, good. We got it up. Thanks. First, I really want to apologize to the citizens that we are here doing this. I think that there was a more constructive way that we could have done this. We started talking about this at a retreat, but it's an election year, so people decided to do this. First, how much was this forensic audit?
I believe our billing through the end of June was $55,000 and does not incur time spent for July, which is not a lot other than working on the presentation and being here today.
Okay, so it's $55,000 and counting for one forensic audit. I just want to.
Correct, Mayor.
All right, so.
And I will add too that sometimes these things cost over $1 million for cities, just to be clear.
Got you. So I want to address a couple of things that were discussed. There were so many allegations that were made, and I think that Councilman Willis is exactly right, that we shouldn't make allegations without context. But this entire thing was done without a conversation with me. So I will try again to have this conversation now. You may recall in January and February and March, I tried to have this conversation before we started spending $120,000, but here we are. The first, I just want you to see, this is an email from my film and media manager. You will see a host of people from the head of facilities to the second in command for IT, to assistants in finance and the city manager. All of our equipment purchases were made consistently, being in communication with multiple members of the city staff. You talked about the drone. I think it's important to know that drone we used for Christmas, for Southside Day, and obviously to promote our new hotels here in the city of South Fulton and Wolf Creek. Pretty much all the drone footage that you've seen of Wolf Creek, including what we now have on our Convention and Visitors Bureau website that the media manager has made to promote film in South Fulton, all of that was shot with the drone. So that's what the drone was for. There was conversation about a non-employee, and again, I think context is important. There was no policy in place about that. This was Jefferson Tenario. He worked for 6 months, 40 hours a week as an intern. He did receive a paycheck from the city of South Fulton every 2 weeks. So I just want to be clear that it wasn't like I just randomly, paid for someone to do a trip. This is someone who had been doing work on us. He organized multiple trips, not just my trip, but also Councilwoman Bell, your trip. He served as a translator. He organized security. Some of you may know that Columbia is not the safest place to travel around. And he also coordinated the trips while being a graduate student at Penn State University and traveling between Penn State, Washington, D.C., and Columbia as we were promoting the city of South Fulton. You've all seen these videos of me traveling across the globe promoting the city. There were 2 years. We also did, do this decoration of the mayor's office. We wanted to create an office that was modern. We wanted to create an office, a lot of the equipment that we used in the office, which we actually did have sponsors at a time to pay for before all of this scandal. Much of the equipment in the office, we had checks ready on deck, right? Some of them were actually removed from council meetings. We had sponsors ready to pay for that equipment. I do want to show you one of a series of videos that we made in the office. We actually brought this to the State of the City address.
Hi, my name is Drew DeMann, and I've been living in South Fulton for 7 years.
I've been in South Fulton for about 15 years.
I'm Mike Johnson. Live out here in South Fulton, raised my family out here in South Fulton.
What I love about South Fulton is
I've had an opportunity to raise my family here. The schools are great.
I also love South Fulton because it's essential to the airport, which I fly often. I love that they invest in our street. They invest in here, so the money is here. Crime to me is low. I feel safe. I feel just very comfortable.
A future city with all kinds of green potential. They call Atlanta the city of the forest, but we really have it down here.
There is a lot of untapped resources out here.
Residents are very engaged, and we're working to create a new city that we can be proud of.
South Fulton forever.
So there were, I want you to know that the money that was spent in the office was actually spent on the citizens of South Fulton. That is a part of a campaign that we are ready to roll out. Now, about the $259, one of the things that you did mention was that I did not receive per diem for all of my trips. Right. And that is because when a trip was canceled, because I want to be clear, this job only pays me $40,000 a year, and it's my only job. I'm never leaving the country without a per diem check. So in the instances where per diem was not repaid, I think that you'll find that a survey of all of the per diem sheets will show that the per diem that I received for the following trip to Colombia was minus $459, or the following trip to Ghana was minus $459 because we just didn't ask for per diem for the times when we had just received per diem for a trip that wasn't taken. But I would be happy to repay back. If in your survey of that, you find that that's not the case, I would be happy to pay back any of that money. The last thing that I do just want to mention, because I am a little over time, is that there's a lot to talk about in this report because it was a forensic audit. But the overview audit of all of the P cards did show permissive, and I'm quoting from your report, permissive use of purchasing cards for food, travel, and other purchases without appropriate authorization or oversight, 287 instances of missing receipts totaling over $68,000, continued use of the P card after employee termination dates. So these are things that are not in my P card report. Now, a petty person would say, we need to do a $55,000 audit of each of the 7 council people, but I'm not petty. And no, first of all, I'm not petty. And B, that, and I do have the floor. So I'm gonna ask for a quorum. A, I'm not petty. B, that would be another $300,000. We have enough information here. The changes are being made. And there is a context for all of the expenses that you see. We could continue wasting taxpayers' money, pointing fingers at one another because it's an election year, or we can just accept the analysis and recommendations that you have, try to come to reasonable accommodations for the instances where violations happened or occurred across all of these cards, and just move forward as a city. I would like to not waste any more money on information that we knew at the January retreat. With that, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
As the governing body of this city, we set the tone. You are the mayor of this city. We can put PowerPoints up, we can do presentations, but at some point we have to take responsibility. The public deserves that. The reason we did this, we got numerous people coming to council meeting asking us to look at this. So to make it about, and I'm not on the ballot, to make it about elections is crazy because our constituents asked us to look at this. I listened to that presentation. We have a whole communications department. I don't think you've used them the whole time you've been in office for the 4 years. If so, we probably wouldn't have been on the news constantly. This is not a witch hunt about interns. They didn't know. But we do have policies and procedures. And so we are all responsible for following those policies and procedures. It's really just that simple. And I just want us to just have an honest conversation. Yeah, we've put changes in place as we found out areas that need to be improved, but we can't keep saying we're, a young city and, things are really, that's not acceptable. And so as the mayor of this city, I would hope you would take responsibility. We're gonna fix it either way. We're fixing it now. We've been doing that, and I want to thank the staff for the work you've done, getting our audits up to date. Probably if we had all that information, we wouldn't be here because we'd have seen it before now. But we understand, and we're not gonna be in this place anymore. But take some responsibility And that concludes my comments.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ditto to what my colleague from the first district just said. I am disappointed. It is an election year for me, but honestly, this is the last thing I want to be dealing with, right? I want to deal with how we're going to continue to move this city forward and build on what we have, the foundation that have been laid for 8 years. That's what I really want to concentrate on. I'm disappointed because we knew some of the anomalies that happened. So things like talking about employees using cards after they would have been dismissed. There's a logical explanation for those things. And Mayor, you know that, but yet you're gonna sit up here and you're gonna throw that red meat out into the public because it sounds good, okay? If anybody knows how financial cards work, if I make a charge today, it may not appear on my report until 2-3 days from now, right? But tomorrow it could be fired. So it can look as if date-wise, the thing was done after I was fired, but in reality, it was not. And Mr. Mayor, I'm very, very disappointed with this. We keep hearing these folks in these things talk about operations and trying to get us more out of operations, regardless of what the things are, and over into staff. And that's a work in progress. But for you to sit here and say that you bought the drone and make drones so that you could put stuff on the Visitors and Convention Bureau's website without, did you talk to the staff about it? Were people aware that that was being done before the fact? If we have travel that's coming up to talk about things that we need to do as a government, the 7 other people who sit up here with us, or the 6 others, we're the ones that make the vote and create the policy of how we're going to approach things. Was that discussed with this group? Did this group come up with a policy and say, you know what, we're going to travel to Colombia, we're going to travel to Africa because this is what we're going to do, and this is going to be the return on the investment for the city? Back in 2024, I was the mayor pro tem for this city, and I found out about all of this through social media, and when a citizen emailed me and said, you're the mayor pro tem, you must know that the mayor is in Africa. And I said, no, ma'am, he's not responsible for reporting to me. So again, when we talk about all of these things now in hindsight, as if they're really justified, as Councilmember Rawls said, just take some responsibility and accept it. And I hate to feel as if I'm beating up on you, but you're not giving a true and realistic picture, in my mind, of what is happening. Because what we're seeing on paper through this audit is not supportive of what you're saying. Even if you wanted to do those things, we have a council, we could discuss them as a council, we could say, good idea, great idea, hey, go for it. Do you need money? How much money are we going to budget for this? None of that took place. And now we're talking about after the fact that some operational things were done and put on the website because that's what you're doing. Now, come on, man. We're not kids. We're not blind. We're not stupid. Right? So stop it. It's an election year, and those of us who are running for election don't want to be dealing with this. We want to go out and engage with our citizens and talk to them about how we're going to continue to move this city forward. That have made a lot of strides in the last 3-4 years. But you know what? It's getting distracted by all of this stuff here that's happening, right? How about let's just continue to talk about the $113 million that we just agreed to spend on 2 major buildings within this city? How about let's continue to have the discussion around the $150 million worth of construction projects that are in the field in this great city of ours? So come on now. Again, you're on your way out the door because you decided you're not going to run for re-election. I'm not going to go to any revenge tour with you, and I'm not going to put up for a revenge tour with you. Because I sit here a lot of times and I let certain things pass, but this one here, I cannot let it pass. Because again, when we were creating this city, some people said we were doing it so that we could line our own pockets. And when I see those discussions out there all the time, I'm like, maybe y'all need to tell me where the money's going, because I certainly not getting none. Okay? I work with me and my wife. And we provide for us and our household. Okay, and quite frankly, sometimes we use some of that money to give back to people in the community that are less fortunate. So let's make the problem the problem. Right? There were some issues with what happened in 2024, and those things were generated by you, Mr. Mayor. So stop roping the rest of us in it, because when those citizens out there come and say, what are y'all doing? Y'all need to look into this. We have a responsibility to do this. And that's all I'm going to say right now.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Mayor, I just really think you're not walking in your purpose and you miss your calling. Because everything that you do is almost about entertainment. If you wanted to be the public affairs director, you probably shouldn't have run for mayor. You should have applied for the public affairs job. Because you like to shoot videos, you like to entertain, but that's not your job. That's the city manager job to hire people to do those things. If you love South Fulton, give us our money back. That's just the bottom line. You know, you sat here and talked about the missing receipts, the over 200 missing receipts, when you know that where those missing receipts came from. It came from 2 districts. Only 2 districts. And it wasn't District 3 or 1. I'll let everybody speak for themselves. There are people that have already submitted open record requests for these audit reports. And once these audit reports hit the street, then the narrative is not going to be, we are a city on a rise. The narrative is going to be that we are here stealing money from residents. And that's a shame. I want to commend the staff. I want to commend my colleagues who are up for election this year, because not any of them said they didn't want this investigation to happen. Not any of them. They championed this investigation. They wanted the truth. And then a lot of times when you have an election year, people want to avoid things like this coming out. All I ask is that you stop deflecting. You stop blaming other people for things that you have done. Now, our HR policy clearly says that that interns are not full-time employees. Our HR, that's a policy, that they don't get the same benefits full-time employees get. We're not blaming the intern, we're blaming you. Because that intern didn't swipe the P card. That intern didn't pay for the travel. Give us our money back. That's all I ask you to do. Take accountability. Say, I'm sorry. When you ran for office, you said you would never lie to us. You would never steal. You blamed everybody for being dishonest. You even tried to remove me because you said I was dishonest. That's not what the investigation reflected. But the investigation reflects that you're dishonest. And you should give us our money back. Nobody up here is up for a witch hunt. This started from a resident who did an open record request and put information out showing that you had over 100 missing receipts, that you went over to Ghana, you went to Paris, you went to Colombia, you did all of these trips. A resident did an open record request and put this information out. And that is why we had to do this audit. It didn't come from anybody up here. So residents, stop the narrative that we are out, we have a witch hunt for this man, because we didn't do this. There's other stuff going on in the city that we try to handle behind closed doors that we haven't dropped the grenade on. So if that was the case, we'd have a witch hunt for several other people. It was a resident who initiated this from an open record request. And it was residents who requested for this forensic audit to be done, for this operation audit to be done. And we delivered to residents, and these are the results. And we're not going to be here again. We were elected to be policy makers. We were elected to be fiscally responsible. And man, you're going to pay us our money back. Because just like child support, it'll follow you forever. These garnishments going to follow you forever too, when legally done. So I ask that you get with the city manager. The city manager, I'm asking you to go through this, make a recommendation on what needs to be paid back. The auditors gave you a roadmap, and I'm asking you, don't make us have to go through a legal process to garnish you. Just go ahead and set up a payment plan with the finance team and pay us our money back. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to respond to several of the things that I just heard. First, I do not have a problem taking accountability. I believe that I began my presentation with an apology. I am just asking to be treated no different than anyone else up here. I'm confused as to why my explanations are called excuses, but other people's explanations are called explanations. $68,000 in missing receipts, that's not me, right? So again, people are, this is what happens. Whenever I'm respectful, but whenever I talk, I'm met with disrespect. So the next thing is we talked about this being driven by residents. January 6, 2022, I stood on those steps and several residents asked for a forensic audit of all of our contracts, beginning with our public works contracts, were never done. And I believe those same residents are still asking for a forensic audit. So if we are granting forensic audits at the request of residents, let's grant all the forensic audits at the request of residents. That's Dr. Rao, I'm disappointed that you would make an allegation that I haven't reached out to the communications department. First of all, I want to be clear. The charter actually says that the mayor is the communicator for the city of South Fulton. That's what it says. It is the spokesperson for the city of South Fulton. And just as we have several emails showing that we went through IT for our IT purchases, we have just as many emails showing that we went through communications. So anyone that does an open records request, please make sure that you ask for all of the emails from the mayor's office, the chief of staff, and the media manager to the city manager, to the finance manager, to the communications office, and to the economic development office, because we were in constant communication. Again, I'm not trying to defend anything. I'm explaining everything. There are more explanations on kobecares.com/travel. I have explained my travel in detail more than anyone up here, and I will continue to do that. And if I am legally responsible to pay back money, I will pay back the money. I just want to be sure that the standard that is being set for me is being set for everyone. And I can tell you right now, between these two audits, they're not. Because only one person had a forensic audit. Only one department in this entire $260 million city has ever undergone a forensic audit, and it's the mayor's office. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
That's broke. You know, I really wish that we would not do these types of things in public on camera. This doesn't help us move forward in a constructive way.
we spend, and by we, I mean all of us, elected officials, employees of the city, residents of the city, we spend a lot of time going back and forth, attacking each other over this, that, what we think we know, what we believe we know, what our opinions are about things that are happening. And none of that is constructive or helps us build a city when we are fighting. Because I see 3 news cameras, and I am confident that social media is going to be ablaze in the next couple of hours, with residents going back and forth with each other on social media, attacking us as a collective, the council, because it's always the council, it's never individual people. We have got to find a better way to problem solve that does not include creating a public spectacle and fighting in public. These things that are in this audit, some of them have already been addressed by the city manager and her staff, and that's been completely glossed over. We've put policies in place to address some of the things that have been recommended, and that has been completely glossed over. Because we are so busy spoiling for the fight that we cannot get to the solution. It is now 7:20. We are in the 4 o'clock meeting on item A. No, the forensic audit is part of the work session. We are in work session item A at 7:20. We still have alcohol and zoning to go. We still have work session to go. We still probably have another executive session to go. And none of what we are discussing right now can be solved right now. I would simply ask that we take a step back. Let's move on with the agenda, because we got a lot of work to do and a long night ahead of us. And we take the rest of this up when cooler heads can prevail. And having said that, Mayor, I call for the orders of the day.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Point of order.
The chair, we're in the middle of are we in the middle of a motion? Is the call for orders of the day a motion?
The reason I'm calling for point of order because that's not the proper motion to move the meeting along. But the attorney can explain.
Go ahead, madam.
So calling for the question of the day actually calls for the action to go back to the agenda item that we're supposed to be on, which, as Councilwoman mentioned, is supposed to be the work session for the audit. And so what occurs is we go back to make sure we're still on target for that subject matter. If we are, then we can continue the discussion. If we're not, then it's the chair's responsibility to get us back on topic.
I will accept that responsibility. I think we have exhausted this topic. I agree with everything you said, Councilwoman Williams-Brown. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir. That brings us to the presentation of the Rise Employee of the Month Award. Madam City Manager.
At this point, I released the staff so that they could go home to be with their families, and we will pick up the Rise Award at our next meeting.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. I'm
I'd like
sorry,
to make-
Mr. Clerk, that was the last item. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 7:23 p.m.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the 5 o'clock special called zoning hearing. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown for, let me do this first. Mr. Clerk, can we go ahead and just call the roll?
Well,
Steve Rowe.
Sorry, there's been a request for a break, for 5 minutes until 7:30? Long enough to go to the bathroom. Can we just do that? Do I need to do a whole motion recall? Like what, can we just do that? Okay, all right, we're gonna be on break until 7:30. We'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Roll call.
We took a break.
He just called the meeting to order.
need
We
to
didn't do the
start?
roll call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started.
It's a roll call for the 5 p.m. alcohol zoning public hearing, July 22nd. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And everyone, welcome to our 5 o'clock. Welcome to our 5 o'clock alcohol license and zoning public hearings special meeting. That's what it says on the paper. But nonetheless, Mr. Clerk, if you would read read the first item.
Yes, ma'am. Before I get to the first item, I did hand out a memorandum regarding 2 items that the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs advertised but needed to be heard this evening. That is KZ 25-020 and KZ 25-001. We would like to have the council's approval to add those to today's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to add this item to the agenda.
Moved and properly with a second. Is there any discussion? Being none, can we take this vote by a show of hands?
Record that motion approved 4-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, if you'll go over our rules for our alcohol and zoning public hearing.
Yes, so the rules for alcohol zoning and public hearings are each side gets 10 minutes apiece. You are required to state your name, address, and district that you reside in. And that is cumulative 10 minutes for the entire group, for and against.
Okay, and can we have, let's see, first item A, letter A, I believe?
Yes, ma'am. Under Roman numeral 3, we have deferrals. We have a number of deferrals, and actually, Ms. McClendon has indicated items A and D are seeking withdrawal, and items B and C are seeking deferrals to later dates.
Okay, so just, we have a question here? Okay. You're trying to make a motion. Okay, so if we can, just to not be confused, if we can take these one at a time, is that okay? We can take it 2 by 2? Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I move to defer items B and C as per the recommendation from CDRA. These were the deferrals, B and C. A and, I believe, haven't done A and D.
Second. Properly moved with a second. We can take this, is there any discussion?
I would just like to say, for the record, item B is deferred to the August 26th zoning public hearing, and item C is deferred to the September 9th zoning public hearing.
Okay, we have that for the record, and our mayor's back, but can we take this vote by a show of hands?
Record that motion approved 4-0.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Clerk will tell you.
All right, please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
So, Mr. Mayor, items under deferrals, item A and D are requesting withdrawal, so council just needs to vote to accept the withdrawal.
The chair will entertain a motion to accept the withdrawals for items A and D.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved 4-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next items are for presentation and public hearing. First case is case TA-25-002, a text amendment by the City of South Fulton to allow assembly banquet halls or event centers with or without catering on site as an accessory use at golf courses with or without a country club. This is citywide. The Planning Commission recommended approval.
All right. Do we have a presentation from CDRA?
Mayor,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
if I may,
Madam Attorney.
just a point of information, I just want to make sure, and I don't mind reiterating this during the public comment section of the agenda, that any public comments that are related to a zoning issue, those public comments need to be made during this portion of our agenda. They should not be made during public comment, as that would give someone for or against an unfair advantage as far as timing. So if there's a public comment or comment that needs to be made regarding a zoning issue, that should be made during the zoning hearing.
Okay, everyone got that? All right. I do just have a follow-up question about that. What about zoning comments for items that are up for vote that are not on this session, but they're on the 7 o'clock session?
Then those comments should have been made during the public hearing when it was up for a public hearing.
Got you. So none. All right, got it. All right. Attorney McClendon, are you? Okay, Attorney McClendon, and I do think we need some assistance up here. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. This is a text amendment to include event centers as an allowable accessory use at golf clubs with or without country clubs. This will be on for final, for a second read at tonight's 7 o'clock meeting.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for this. Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers for or against?
No, sir, we did not receive any comment cards in support or opposition.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, are you in the queue for this? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to understand, this is supposed to be, I'm really trying to, I guess I did not understand the gist of what this is trying to do, Mr. McClendon. If you could summarize it or make it make sense for me, please.
Yeah, so the event centers, what we would typically think of as an event center, is not currently an allowable accessory use at a golf course. Golf courses can have a country club. Traditionally, a country club is strictly for members of that golf club. And so if a golf course wanted to have an event center that was open to members of the public to come out and have weddings or have other types of events, that they could rent out that facility to non-members, then we would have to make this change to our code. And so this was sponsored by the council member of District 2 in order to allow for us to allow that.
Currently, how many golf courses do we have in our city?
I think we have two, Wolf Creek and the Piedmont Driving Club. There might be others that I'm not aware of, but at least two.
Okay, thank you. Are you?
This item is up for vote.
Yes, actually, it was first read a couple months ago,
Right.
and it was held to the public hearing, and it was added to the 7 o'clock for action.
Okay, so we'll be voting for it in
This
the
evening,
next
yes.
hour or so. All right, Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
Next case is case B, case M25-001, a request to modify zoning petition Z24-003 to reduce 3 lots to 2 lots in the R2 single-family dwelling district. It's located at 3260 Enon Road. This property is located in Council District 2.
All right, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. We have no comments from staff. Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers for or against?
No, sir, there were no comment cards submitted in support or opposition to this case.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and begin our questions and comments, as is always our practice with the district representative, Councilwoman Gomes.
This is just a small modification to, I guess, coincide with the other homes that are being built in that particular area. So I think the first initial home was 2 lots that were put together, but they have since sold the additional lot to allow for another home to be built. So that's what this is about. And hopefully you all will support it.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is case M25-002. Request to modify zoning petition Z24-020 to reduce the minimum heated floor to 1,300 square feet in the TR Townhouse Residential. It's located at 0 Welcome All Road. This property is located in Council District 3.
All right, Attorney.
Thank you. I'll start by saying staff recommendation is approval. This was and I'll also remind you that this is a modification, and modifications do not have recommendations from the Planning Commission. This development was approved in October for 92 townhomes. As part of that approval, a site plan was approved that did have minimum square footages for those townhomes. I believe the plan was to build 2 sizes of townhomes in this community. The minimum square footage for the larger townhomes being 2,040 square feet, the minimum square footage for the smaller ones being 1,815 square feet. And thus there was a conditional minimum square footage in that zoning approval. This is a request to lower that square footage from 1,815 square feet to 1,300 square feet.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers for or against?
We did receive 1 card in support from Gregory Wynn.
All right, and is the applicant here? You are the applicant.
Yes, sir.
All right, you have 10 minutes. Please start by stating your name and address. You may want to reserve some time, balance of your time for rebuttal. You don't have to use the entire 10 minutes. Your time starts now.
Okay. My name is Greg Wynn. I am a third-generational builder here in the city of Atlanta in South Fulton. I purchased this property about 3 years ago and went through the rezoning process to get the townhomes done. But our illustrious president puts a lot of tariffs on things, and now it's not feasible to build such size units when you do market studies. So I come before you today to request that I reduce the square footage of the units to go ahead and build the 92, 95, 96 townhomes, excuse me. We changed them a couple of times. The footprint will not change. The land usage will not change. It's just the square footage of the townhomes that will change.
Thank you. You said there are no speakers in opposition? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and now go to council for questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Attorney McClendon, is it possible to waive the first read and go ahead and vote on this today, or do we have to go through the first read and wait to vote to the next council meeting?
This is a modification, and modifications don't have 2 reads. The first, I don't believe we've actually created that resolution yet, so I don't know if we can get it on for tonight. But we can, if the clerk will allow that, we can put one together.
Okay, so I can add this on, because I just don't want him to have to come back or prolong this, because as he stated, he's not changing the footprint. And this is what I was explaining to you, Ms. Subanan, that we're gonna have probably a lot of occurrences like this. due to the tariff war. Most of our building material are coming from Canada, and a lot of projects have come before this council and been approved. But because of the tariff war, the cost of some of the projects are going to increase because of the building material, which is going to change possibly the feasibility of some of the development projects. Our ordinance, our current code does not allow the city to do a city-initiated modification. And so that's one of the things I talked with Ms. Davis, and also, no, I talked to Mr. McClendon and the senior planner about, and I think they talked to you, and you looked in the code and it does not allow for a city-initiated modification. Am I correct? Yeah, I was supposed to follow up on that. Because that's the reason why he filed it, because we do city-initiated rezoning, but not city-initiated modifications.
No, I think we looked at this and this one is actually a city-initiated modification.
Oh,
So
it is a
we
city-initiated
decided that we could
modification.
do that.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to request, if possible, that we add it on to the next agenda regular meeting so we can go ahead and vote on this tonight. So you won't have to come back, Mr. Nguyen.
I would greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter D, KZ 25-010, U 25-003, and CDP 25-005. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AG1 to C1 zoning and a special use permit to allow for a temporary shelter. The applicant is seeking to amend the future land use designation from suburban neighborhood land use to regional live-work. This property is located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation, denial.
All right. Attorney McClendon, if you wouldn't mind, could you just elucidate the difference of opinion between the staff and the Planning Commission?
I can certainly make an attempt to do so. I will start by saying that what we have begun doing is appending the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting to your staff reports to hopefully shed some light on why the Planning Commission makes their decisions, in addition to sending you all making sure that you all have access to the videos of those meetings in the staff reports. But I think for this one in particular, as I read through the minutes, it did appear that there was some public opposition specifically to the change of the land use code, of the land use.
And I'm sorry, if you would hold 1 second. We're on item D. Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Go ahead.
Yeah. So specifically in regard to the request to change the land use, based on the fact that we are going through our comprehensive planning process currently.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up this public hearing. Is the applicant available, Mr. Clerk, and are there any speakers for or against?
Yes, sir. It appears we have 2 comment cards in support and 3 in opposition.
All right, you can come forth. You are going to start by stating your name and address. Each of you, you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for people behind you and for rebuttal. This 10 minutes will include your rebuttal after you've heard from those in opposition. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jim Hamilton, to the City Council. I'm representing Wellspring. I'm here to tell you that something really is exciting is happening on Roosevelt Highway and has been occurring there for over 12 years. It's called Wellspring. Wellspring Living has been in business for over 24 years throughout Atlanta and has been in this particular address for over 12 years. Wellspring on this particular site had 6 acres that they acquired back in 2009 and continued operating as they have today, doing something super special, and that's helping people that have found themselves in the human trafficking arena. There's some fabulous success stories that have come out of this particular location. And what I'm here to tell you is that the original zoning, which was originally in Fulton County, provided AG1 zoning plus a special use permit for temporary housing and allowed this particular project to continue on doing what they do every day to help people in this horrible situation they've been in through therapy, through counseling, through life skills, and getting back on their feet and getting back into the mainstream of life. This zoning that was approved in Fulton County was adopted by this council last year. AG1 zoning was a special use permit to allow them to do what they're doing. We're not asking to do anything different, but what we're asking for is to change the zoning appropriately from AG1 to C1 with a special use to allow, as we already have it right now, transitional housing, because that's part of the formula. We bring these people in, we counsel them, we help them get back through transitional housing. So the idea is to get this new zoning in place with a special use permit. And the last part of this formula is we are entitled to do what we're doing up to 60,000 square feet. And where right now, the special thing that's happening on this property is we built the cornerstone building. We're in for a permit for the youth residential building. This site is under construction, and it's a very exciting thing for the city of South Fulton. The land use change we're requesting will allow us to increase on our larger footprint. We went from 6.7 acres to now 10 acres to allow 40,000 more feet, which will help us collectively throughout Wellspring double our impact to the community throughout Atlanta and especially here in South Fulton. So this particular project is being supported by companies, by individuals that are supporting this effort, and we're making a difference every day. And I think your positive vote for this tonight will be something you're going to be very proud of for the city of South Fulton now and in the future. I'm a consultant, but I've also got the CEO of Wellspring living here tonight in case you have any questions of either of us. I'll leave it at that, but thank you for your consideration. And again, this is a very exciting thing for the city, and I'm very, very proud, as you should be, of what they're doing for our community. So thank you.
All right.
Any questions?
We'll do that part next.
Okay, all right.
Is there another speaker in support behind you? Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christian Murphy. I'm the CEO of Wellspring Living, and I've been serving at this organization since August of 2022. As Jim said, we are embarking upon, I think, a monumental moment in our history to continue to serve women and children in need of special services. We have served more than 2,500 people over the course of our history, and just last year alone have increased our services to more than 220 individuals. As we think about this issue, the issue of sex trafficking is a pervasive one. Fulton County residents are actually the #1 county of the people that we serve, including for children. What Jim didn't say is that we are opening Georgia's first long-term residential program for youth of all genders. We opened Georgia's first crisis center in Paulding County back in 2020. We continue to operate that today. And the girls' residential program has been on this site for more than a decade. The work that we do is critical. The expansion of services is needed, and will also maintain as a private facility that will continue to honor the dignity of those that we serve, as well as our neighbors, and our community. And I think the only thing I would add outside of what Jim said is that we're talking about transforming lives. You can't do that with just having a home. You have to have critical resources, including therapeutic care, educational resources, workforce development. And that's the work that we've done for 20 plus years, and we will continue to do with this expansion of services.
All right. Would you call, there's 4 minutes and 54 seconds left for rebuttal. Mr. Clerk, would you please reset the clock and call those speakers in opposition?
Sorry. We have 3 speakers, Mr. Michael Venable, Alvin Reynolds, and Glenda Collins. So please come in that order.
It's Michael Venable. It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. Let me take a moment to make sure we understand why we're here. This is a zoning issue. Now, people always talk about speakers coming up and being emotional and talking things from the heart. This is from the head. There is no justification whatsoever for a land use change. If you look at all of your, quote, our training or whatever, when you have a facility and they're looking for modification, well, yeah, I need a variance because I got a power line, so I need to move over. I've got a hill and rocks and a stream, so I can't do that, so I'm getting a special thing to do it. There is no justification to give a land use change for this property. Now, we were just here, couldn't have been but a couple of months ago, Roosevelt Highway, that we just deliberately decided, okay, I'm going to change this area to industrial. Now, what we've seen here is just a complete hodgepodge. We need to have some conviction. The land use plan and the area setup is what it is. You can't allow every single entity or applicant to find a place and say, okay, I need to adjust this to fit what I want to do. We had on our last hearing case, the developer came in and says, well, you know, you all need to change your plan to make this thing fit so we can have it. Who's in charge? You know, I kind of relate this to the previous discussion about Pecards and money. They're policy sets. If you didn't have a justification within the realms of that to make a change, why are you making the change? I don't want everybody to get caught up in the tear-jerking and the emotion and say, well, you know, this is a good thing, we're helping people or whatever in there. This is a plan that is already set. We're trying to do a new one. If we can't follow the current one, why are we spending all the money doing a land use plan setup? This is a zoning case. Until you can justify in yourself what is the extenuating circumstance that this should be changed from the land use plan, it shouldn't happen. They can continue to do what they're doing. It just limits the area of the amount of housing that is there. Just because somebody may say, okay, you know, I want to put a high dollar subdivision right next door. It's an industrial zoned area. It doesn't fit. You can't just go pass out all kind of zoning to anybody who wants it without a justification. Like I said, I think this is improper to approve a land use modification change for this case because there's no justification for it.
Excuse me, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296, District 7. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are again. We find yourself at a crossroads. We speak on this quite often about the land use plan. And you just heard statements as to why. Even in the planning and zoning meeting, that was an issue because of the land use plan and the way it's being changed consistently. We come before you often speaking on these changes. It seems as though you changed the land use plan to fit development. Quite often. Something really has to be done. We're going through a land use rewrite, and consistently we are changing or voting to change the land use plan for development. You guys, your house, you're at a crossroads here. There's something you got to do about this. Because if we continue down this road, anybody can come in and come up here and say, again, I need this land use change. And they're expecting to get it. So we're going to have to make a decision on which way we're going to go with this. And that's really where it lies with me on this particular case here, is how are we going to handle consistently asking for a change of a land use plan, and as we go through a land use rewrite. Thank you.
Glenda Collins, 3740 Morning Creek Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I too am confused regarding the fact that a few months ago you rezoned it light industrial, and now we want to make it residential so that it will accommodate this project. I am really not against the project, but as I stated to the representatives that I met about a month or so ago, I am concerned about the safety of the parent and the children crossing a busy street with traffic moving at 55 miles an hour. Now, I was told that they walk to Welcome All and catch the bus, but that's really hard for me to believe that a parent and a child would walk to Welcome All just to catch the bus when it's at least a half a mile away. If the weather's bad, if it's cold, storming, is that really going to happen? Don't you really think that those people are going to take a chance and run across the road with the traffic driving 55 miles an hour? And also, there is a turning lane, and people are trying to get in that turning lane to take spur 14. It's a serious issue, and it's a safety issue. Thank you.
All right, I believe you have 4 minutes and 54 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments from the three who came up here. The response I'd give to you on this regarding the land use change. This property was zoned in Fulton County. There was no land use related to this at that particular time. It was a zoning, AG1, and a special use permit to permit this use, and we've been operating that way for over 12 years. This may be a unique example where it's appropriate to make that land use change. I'd leave it up to your wisdom to make that call, but I would propose to you can consider that. Regarding the safety of our residents getting to the bus, I can assure you that it is in the interest of Wellspring that we're going to know our people that come to us, our clients, our people that we work with there. We're going to make sure they can get safe access. And we'll determine who needs to cross the road, and we'll consider that as well. Last thing I'd like to say is, consider this: when we bought the property in the beginning, it was 6 acres. It is now 10 acres. We expanded that property so we could create a campus that would help us do what we're doing and help us double our efforts in regarding taking care of people in this predicament they're in. Any time left? Okay. Good. Thank you.
Christian Murphy, and what I would add is that not every participant uses MARTA. We have been on this site for 12 years. We do have transportation services available for our participants. We have vans, we have vehicles, and we do our best to accommodate their every need and request as possible. This is independent housing in many different ways, and of course, we are not wanting anyone to be dependent on our services. So we do guide them through an orientation about the property, what is around us that is important to us, just like it is for everyone else. The women and children that we serve, obviously, of course, deserve dignity, and we don't make all of the decisions for our participants in transitional housing, but for the youth that we serve, that is the highest number of the people that we serve on that property, and they do not go transported alone. They are not going on MARTA. They are going with staff in vehicles because, as you can imagine, youth are also sometimes inclined to want to run away. So we do everything that we can, of course, using our gates and our fencing and our perimeter work to make sure that they stay safe on site, but also we transport them safely from place to place.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound I'm sorry, we now need to have, I'm going to open the floor for discussion, questions, and comments from our council, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, which is actually the District 3 representative, Councilwoman Willis. So, Mr. Clerk, if you will just make that notation, and the rest of you, if you're following along, this case, Z25-010, is actually in Council District 3. Councilwoman Willis.
I know the boundaries get confusing because of the redistricting we went through in January, but this is actually in District 3. We actually held a public information meeting at Siloam Church, and absolutely not one resident showed up in opposition. And that was the second meeting we held. The first meeting was held in a location in College Park, and as a result of it being held in a location that was not in our city, Mrs. Murphy graciously decided to hold a second meeting to accommodate residents. Let me say this. This service has been in our community for 10 years, and this is one of my mantras. I have started a human sex trafficking ambassador program. We have over 100 human sex trafficking ambassadors. We kind of got derailed a little bit because of the onset of COVID, but it's an indecent, immoral crime, and there are several victims that are being serviced at this business, and I am just regretful that, and we have to talk with our state legislators, that they had to come before us in such a public way, because that campus and all campuses, they try to keep it private and inconspicuous housing communities because of the victims that are serviced and housed there. This particular campus, I am glad that you all chose South Fulton. Because you're going to be able to help more people through their circumstances and provide housing as they transition out of their circumstances, and help them acclimate back into the common society. The residents were referred to as those people. Well, they're not those people. They're people like you, me, and everybody else that have been victimized with an indecent, immoral crime. And this was not just changed. They have been working towards expanding this campus for the past 4 years, and now we're here. And they have several nonprofits supporting them. We need more campuses. The demand outweighs the need. And so, while I respect everyone's opinion, everyone is entitled to their opinion, I have not received one email from any resident that voted for me to sit in this seat. I have not received one opposition from any resident that elected me to sit in this seat. Not one resident showed up to the public information meeting from District 3. So I'm looking forward to voting on this when it's time to vote, which is the next council meeting. And thank you for serving the vulnerable. Thank you for providing this service. And thank you for choosing South Fulton. Have a great day.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound, oh, I'm sorry, there are more. Dr. Rao.
Just a quick question, and this is a staff question in relationship to this. So I understand the special use permit request. Is it that, is the future land use required for that? Because they have been operating here for 12 years, I think I heard. I'm sorry.
Thank you. My recollection is that the future land use is required based on the density.
The density
That's
of the future growth.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter E, KZ 25-006. Applicant is requesting rezone from the A District, Apartment District, on the Old National Highway Overlay District to the TR zoning district for the purpose of constructing 50 townhomes on 8.53 acres of land. This property is located in Council District 6. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. And I believe, Mr. Mayor and Council, that the applicant may wish to offer a deferment.
Is the applicant present? Please come forward. Would you like to request a deferral?
I would actually. Received an email last night that part of our deferment was on the recommendation of Councilwoman Brown, as well as based on the suggestion of Mr. Sebastian, which is we, since so much had changed, that we reassess the staff report. I did receive an email from Karen Tomini last night, said she just basically ran out of time and she was not going to be able to provide that updated staff report to approval for tonight. But that was something I would like to provide for you guys before I present it to you. Due to time tonight and also not having that, I'd like to request a deferment.
Madam Attorney, what is your advice here?
I mean, it's up to the council. It was advertised for a public hearing, but if the council would like to grant his request to defer it, unless the CDRA has a different position.
The CDRA, do you have a different position, Mr.? All right, well, the chair will entertain a motion for deferral.
Mr. McClendon. It's the end of July, August. When is our meeting in September?
The first meeting is the 9th, and then the second is the 23rd. Of September?
Yes, September. Can we defer this until the September 9th meeting? With the understanding that this will be the second deferral of this, and so if we can't get this right by September, we need to withdraw it.
I'm in agreement with that.
All right, there's been a motion to defer this to September 9th. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, the motion approved unanimously. This item is deferred to the September 9th.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Public hearing.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, we had two items we added when you weren't in here.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Oh, please sound the next item.
So the next item is item Z 25-020, located at 6200 and 7000 Coweta Road. Applicant is requesting to rezone from R2A in the Cliftondale Overlay District and AG1 to CUP for the purpose of constructing 293 single-family detached homes on 130.19 acres of land. It's located in Council District 4. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional.
Just by way of a quick explanation, I'll say that this was deferred from your May 27th public hearing, which feels like a very long time ago, and I think that's how it ended up being inadvertently left off of this meeting's agenda, but it was advertised for today.
All right, are there any speakers in support or opposition?
Yes, sir. We do have the applicant, Mr. Josh Mahoney, is here in support, as well as Mr. Stephen Figueroa, and also one person in opposition, Mr. Alvin Reynolds.
All right, I think you know how this goes. Your time starts now. Please start by stating your address.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh Mahoney, attorney at Battle Law PC 3562, Havisham, North Lake, in Tucker, Georgia, on behalf of the applicant. I'll be brief this evening. We've been here a long time. I really just want to go over the highlights. Mr. Clerk, did you get the presentation I sent over? Okay, no problem. Mayor and Council, this property is located off of Coweta Road. It also fronts on Dotson Road. Because it's pretty large, it's able to span the width of those two roads. The zoning map would show that it is currently zoned both AG1 and R2A, but looking at the zoning map, you'd also see that this property is surrounded on all sides by property that's zoned CUP. And so we're requesting CUP zoning, and in so doing, not introducing a new zoning district to the area, but instead kind of bringing this property in line with an established pattern that's been going on out there in the area. The site plan does show 293 units, and it's kind of split in two, with the majority of the units would come out onto Coweta, and then the remainder would come out onto Dotson. We do have some great amenities planned for this development. The centralized amenities include a pickleball court, a pool, an open-air pavilion with restrooms, and a fire pit, as well as a trail network that traverses the entirety of the property that serves to connect both halves of this project, as well as serves to connect folks who want to go to the amenity space, connect them by way of the sidewalks through the trail network to the amenities. The trail network also travels along the green space, so it helps to connect the various pocket parks and green spaces throughout the property to folks, so they'll be able to walk out their front door, get on a sidewalk, find their way to the trail, and by way of the trail, make their way to parks, the pool, any of the amenities. So generally speaking, the smallest lot in this project will be about 9,000 square feet. However, about 60% or more of those lots are going to be exceeding 12,000 square feet. So we've got some pretty decent sized lots here. Home sizes will range anywhere from 1,800 to 2,500 square feet. And given today's market, we're projecting that homes will start somewhere around $400,000 and go up from there. But with that, I will hand it off and take any questions.
All right, and are there any speakers in opposition, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, one, Mr. Alvin Reynolds.
Again, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. Mr. Clerk, I believe that there was a mistake in filling that card out. It should have been a previous case that I did not hear my name called. But, yeah, I think that's a mistake there.
Yeah, my apologies. So there were no speakers in opposition.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and, well, no speakers in opposition, so there's no rebuttal. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long project. I believe when I came here, it was actually in the works already. I know there was some questions about the buffer along Coweta Road. Did we work all that out?
So I can tell you the buffer along Coweta Road is compliant with the Cliftondale overlay. Was there a specific question you had?
What is it, what is it?
50 feet.
50? Okay. All right, I know there was that question. That was the only thing that I had with this project at the time. Thank you.
Seeing and hearing no further questions, please sound the next item.
Last item on tonight's agenda is case Z 25-001, U 25-002. It's application requesting rezoning from MIX in the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay District to C2 zoning with a special use permit to allow for a self-storage multi-facility on site. It's located in District 1. Staff recommendations approval. Planning Commission recommendation was approval conditional.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This might be the last time I rise before you all tonight, so I believe that, so I do want to say, in a moment of personal privilege, if I will, Thomas Sampson was certainly a giant in the legal community. He's showing on your proclamation list tonight, but I don't know if he's going to have a full presentation, but I certainly do want to wish his family my condolences. Mr. Clerk, this case is requesting a deferral to August the 26th.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion for deferral to August 26th.
I move to defer this case, Z 25-001 U 25-002 to August 26, 2025.
It's been properly motioned and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0, deferred to August 26th.
All right, Mr. Clerk, that was the final item?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We adjourned at 8:29 p.m.
All right, before I call to order our last meeting of the night, do people need 5 more minutes? I'm just, show of hands, who needs 5 minutes? Okay, if, I'm gonna ask, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene at 8:36. About 6 minutes past our 6-minute break. We are rolling up on 9 o'clock to start this meeting. So, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the 7 o'clock regular meeting of council. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
It's a roll call for tonight's regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item is invocation by Chaplain Armster.
As she comes forward and everyone assumes a posture of prayer, please make sure that you flip over in Civic Plus to the 7 o'clock meeting.
Are you ready? Let us look to the Lord. Father God, in the precious name of Jesus, we come before you again, Lord, to say thank you for this day. Thank you for your tender mercies. Thank you for your loving kindness. God, you have been so good to us. You've been better to us than we've been to ourselves. Father God, we need your help, Lord. Lord, we need more love, more peace, more compassion in this room. Lord, you said, fret not thyself. Father, you say we have all come short of your glory. I don't know why we can't get along. Because whatever we're doing and it is not giving you any glory, it is going to come to naught. The meeting is about the people. It's not who's in charge, who's big, who's little. It has nothing to do with that. And until we recognize that we're here for the people, we might as well just get down and just leave it alone. Now, Father, you say, fear not, because you're with us. Wherever we go, you are with us. And Father God, I'm going to send up a special prayer for our mayor. Lord, keep him, strengthen him. He is not the only one, but for some reason they want to keep tearing him down. But Father God, we're going to all have to stand before you and give an account. We're going to thank you right now for it. We're going to give you glory for it. We're going to give you honor for it. We're expecting a change, and we need a change, and it is needed immediately. We cannot keep coming to these meetings and going through the same old motion over and over and over again and not getting anywhere. Now, you have the agenda. Stay with the agenda. Be an answer for the people. We thank you for it right now in the name of Jesus, and we love you, and we count it done. Let us stand for the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Let's go.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to the adoption of the council agenda. I have submitted to you a memorandum with items that need to be added and or revised. I'll state those for the records. The proclamation for this evening celebrating Muslim American Heritage Month is being removed. That will be presented at a later time. There's a resolution, addition to the agenda, a resolution amending the City Human Resources Policies and Procedures Manual. This is sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, Councilmember Gomes, Willis, Sebastian, and Williams Brown. There's also an addition to accept the following donations for the August 16th health event located in District 5. City of College Park in-kind donation of $10,000 for GICC parking, as well as City of Union City donation, $5,000 monetary donation. And then lastly, there was an item on the agenda that the title is revised. That's the resolution to update and/or amend the City of South Fulton Police Department's policies, procedures, and/or general orders related to the seizure and disposal of assets to create a Tatiana Strong Reparations Fund sponsored by Mayor Khalid. With those, Mr. Mayor and members of council, those are the additions and revisions that were submitted to me prior to the meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. So we're just accepting the donations. Okay.
All right, let's add the donations under Roman numeral 7 is item A, and then the additional resolution revising HR policies as Roman numeral 7, item B. Those were the two additions, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I have,
The chair
Some amendment.
recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
I would like to pull item number, letter C off the consent agenda for discussion.
All right, we will put that. I'm sorry, there's another item? The chair recognizes Madam Attorney.
I'm sorry, were you adding these to 7A? I believe 7 is council comments.
No, Roman numeral 7, which is walk-on items.
Okay. Because according to the agenda, Roman numeral 7 is council comments.
I'm sorry, Roman numeral 12, sorry. It's
No worries, no
Roman
worries.
numeral 12. And then we will take item C and add it to administration items. That'll be administration item number 4. Well, I'm sorry, is there a second to remove item C from the consent agenda? Do you not? You don't need a second. All right, so we just need to vote on these in bank. All right.
Mr. Mayor, there was one other item. Councilman Willis, you mentioned the zoning item that you wanted. That's case M25-002.
All right, will you make that item E under Roman numeral 4? F after Rome, yeah. All right. Under zoning cases, whatever Roman numeral it is. Right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
And I know we removed the proclamation presentation. We would like to have a presentation done by the National Panhellenic Council for Atlanta, Greater Atlanta. They want to present to Mayor Council. A special presentation.
Let's take any other amendments. All right, let's take this vote by show of hands. To approve the agenda as amended.
Like a motion to approve, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Yeah, I thought we had already done it, but it's fine. We've got another motion in a second. Let's just take a vote by show of hands. Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
The item that we added to the agenda was the presentation by the Divine Nine National Penal Council at this time.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Richard Eskridge. I serve as the Greater Atlanta Counsel for the National Panhellenic Council of Greater Atlanta. I just wanted to stop by along with some of our members, the sororities you see represented here, to thank you guys publicly for your support of our D9 5K 9K race back in Wolf Creek in the month of June. What you're receiving now is one of the commemorative shirts as well as the medal from that race celebrating 10 years of service here in the South Fulton community. And we just wanted to come by and thank you guys for your support. We're looking forward to your support on next year and in years to come, but we did want to let you know that, you know, all of the olive branches that you extended toward this event being successful are very much appreciated, and we decided to come out in person and share with you some of the commemorative items that were distributed during that particular event. Did we get everybody?
I do just want to ask, it's 9 o'clock. Can we handle the T-shirt distribution later? We're not going to wear them tonight.
We're done.
Was that just, I thought there was more of a presentation.
Well, we had already received a proclamation at the actual event, but in the interest of time, we just wanted to go ahead and make sure we gave you a token of our appreciation as well, and we'll move forward. We'll come back at a later date.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank
We
you.
were glad to be of service. We look forward to working with you all next year, Kim, and the whole team. All right. Got started and walk them all apart.
All right. If, Mr. Clerk, could you sound the next item?
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to public comments. I would like to reiterate, we did receive a number of public comment cards with citizens wishing to speak regarding zoning matters. And per the city attorney, interim city attorney's direction, those comments should be heard during public comment.
I would like to briefly state I did confer with some of the council. Given that we have not enforced this previously, we will give this as a last opportunity to do it, but from here on out, we will be enforcing that if they have a public comment regarding zoning, that needs to happen during the public hearing. I understand that some of the things that are up for a vote today, they may not have gotten that memo at the last public hearing, that the comments that are going to be made tonight should have been made at the public hearing. But I'd like to make sure I say that for the record, that this is a notification to the public that if you have a public comment regarding a zoning issue, that comment needs to occur during the public hearing for that item, not during public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Attorney, for educating before enforcing. So just to be clear, after tonight, all zoning public comments will be made in the 5 o'clock zoning hearing. All zoning public comments will be made in the 5 o'clock zoning hearing, but we will hear some tonight for those who came out. All right, Mr. Clerk, if you want to read the rules and the commenters.
Yes, sir. So we did receive, with that announcement, we do have 14 speakers for tonight. Um, I'll read the rules of public comment into the record for the general public. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments shall be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. A bell will signal the end of each speaker's time. Public comments shall be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not disrupt the city council meeting by speaking for too long, by being unduly repetitious, or by extending discussions or relevancies. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With the rules read into the record, I will call your name. Please approach the podium at the center, state your name, address, the item on the agenda you are speaking in reference to in your council district. Mr. Rodney Adams, Alvin Reynolds, Mel Keaton, Jane Williams. If you're present and wish to speak, please approach the podium.
Rodney Adams, greetings, Council and Mayor. Rodney Adams, 2600 Wells Terrace, District 1. I'm speaking about the zoning for the warehouse over in District 7, and I am a farmer, so I am really concerned about the green space, but I'm also a common sense citizen to some extent. So I fail to see the reasoning and logic around. All right, now. I fail to see the reasoning and logic about opposing an industrial building endeavor in an industrial area, in the industrial corridor. That doesn't make common sense to me. But one of the things I would ask that you guys require is that they make it a LEED building, or to some extent make it sustainable, to the extent that we are able to at least diminish the carbon footprint of the building in the community. And that will help push the city forward as a progressive city and show that we are heading in a more positive direction with regard to things of this nature. It also serve notice to future developers that these are kind of standards that we want to establish in our green, pro-green city. So that's all my comment. That's all I got. Peace.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jane Williams, 6276 Shinfield Lane, Union City, District 7. I am speaking on Section 6 tonight, which is your public comment section. I stand before you to speak on the subject matter that must be on the agenda before allowing us citizens to participate in your public comments. I believe that you are regulating the content of our speech. At one time, we used to be able to come and speak on anything that mattered to us during the public comments. That has since changed, and it is unfair. We should be a government that is for the people and by the people and accountable to its citizens. So I'm asking you to please change your public comments to where the citizens, taxpayers, voters can speak on what they want to when they come here. I leave you with this. The ultimate measure of a person is not where he or she stands in the moments of comfort and convenience, but where he or she stands at times of challenge and controversy. Thank you for your time.
Alvin Reynolds, Mel Keaton, Pamela Harris, Richard Snellings. You would like to speak, please come to the center microphone. I see Mr. Snellings.
All right, Richard Snellings, 1980 Loch Lomond Trail, District 1, and I'm here to talk about the item that was added on to the agenda. Here we are again talking about the behavior of the leadership in the police department. The mayor called attention to this at a press conference back in 2022. I remember this very well because I was standing right behind him as he courageously detailed what was happening in the police department. We see the mayor was right the entire time. Had he had just been listened to, maybe we would avoid the situation that we're in now. I understand the city has ordered various third-party investigations. The only third party that should be handling these investigations is the GBI. As an elected official, you should have referred this to the GBI, especially considering that his supervisor chose not to act. Earlier this year, we saw swift action take place, which was revisited again tonight. But in the case of the police chief, his supervisor, described by the charter as the city manager, did nothing while likely being coached by the city attorney. With the presence of these investigations, the chief and those in his inner circle at the police department should have all been administratively suspended, not enabled by his circle of protection who are appointed by this council. I'd like to see him and those responsible for the unprofessional behavior be administratively suspended. I'd like to see a referral made to the GBI for these cases. I'd like to see the mayor's budget be reinstated so that he can do his job. And I'd also like to see the confiscated assets program suspended until, at a minimum, the comprehensive review has taken place. I've spoken to the mayor about this a couple years ago. Recently, I've spoken to Councilwoman Willis about this, and I understand her position. I spoke to the victims about this as well, in addition to sitting through many hours in training at the police department. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pamela Harris. I live in Montclair Estates, District 1 on Lyon Avenue. My comments are short. I was here last Friday, and I'm pretty much piggybacking on what Mr. Schelling said, a little different. I have questions. Upon reviewing the agenda, I noticed unresolved issues regarding Chief Meadows and the ongoing lawsuits. Mrs. Subadan, as a representative of the City of South Fulton constituents, what are your professional recommendations for next steps? Furthermore, City Manager Subadan, would you consider hosting a Q&A session with your constituents at your earliest convenience? Thank you for any consideration.
I don't see Mr. Reynolds in the room. Mel Keaton, I believe he's left as well. Glenda Collins, Callie Sitchin, Aisha Haynes Belizaire, Shawanda Clark, Paul Brady, and Suzanne Brady, and Drew DeMann.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Glenda Collins, Morning Creek Drive, District 5. I'm speaking regarding case Z25013. In reference to the above zoning from AG1 to NUP, this is a new subdivision being built within a subdivision and will only have one way in and one way out. All new subdivisions being built in City of South Fulton should have 2 entrances and 2 exits. And this was approved by the City Council a few years ago. Please review the procedures voted in by the council. Also, there is a major gas pipeline that is active. This pipeline is located next to the entrance and exit of this property to be developed. The daily vibrations from these vehicles using the entrance and exit on a daily and regular basis will create vibrations that will damage or cause changes to this pipeline. The vibrations from the pipeline will put the whole area in danger with the entrance and exit at this location. Has anyone addressed the pipeline issue? Additional entrances and exits for this project should be addressed. Also, let's address the traffic issues that this project will cause. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aisha Haynes Belazaire, and I live at 3850 Springside Lane in District 5. Good evening. I am very concerned about item number 10B, which is Z25, zoning Z25-013, 0 Allen Drive. The proposed subdivision will be emptying out right in front of my house. And the attorneys for the developers say that there are multiple exits. No, there is one exit, one way in and one way out, and that is right up against the gas pipeline, which runs through my backyard. It is a huge pipeline. It is a regional pipeline. I try not to think about it, but deforestation of that area and just building and all of that, that is a very big concern. Also, the developers, the attorneys for the developers also talked about not being an issue about a fire, but there was a fire out at my mother, who's here to speak also, property back in 2012, and access to the property was an issue. And one of the cabins on our property burned to the ground, and also acreage, because they had a very long time to put that fire out. Additionally, I'm concerned because they talked about there were no farms in the area. There are 3 farms that I know of, my mother having one, and then Fellwood Farms, you probably see the sign on 85 that says you pick blueberries. That's a quarter mile within the of my house. And the economic downturn that we are going to be experiencing, no one is going to buy a house that's for $350,000 in a Title I school district. So those are my concerns. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kali Seekin. Everybody calls me Mama Kali. I've spoken many times about this issue at 0 Allen Drive. And one thing that I forgot was about that gas pipeline. Wow. And the fact that our sister who spoke before my daughter actually spoke to you about that, you really need to consider that because they're proposing 37 homes to go back and forth through that intersection, right adjacent to the pipeline. Yes, I know. It runs through my daughter's property, my 2 daughters' property, because they live back to back to each other. And, you know, that creates a danger outside of the fact that CSX blocks one of our streets for hours. And also the fact that, you know, there's just going to be too much traffic. There's already an issue with that traffic. 37 homes will bring close to 90 to 100 cars. Okay, So, right next to the gas pipeline. I was looking at emergency vehicles and fire engines, but she brought up a very good point. All those cars actually creating a vibration over that gas pipeline. We're talking about blowing up the whole community.
Ma'am.
And I know my time is up, but if that is the purpose, to get rid of a whole lot of people at one time, think about it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I come to you on item 10C, case number Z24026. District 7, Shawanda Clark, 120 Montford Court. What do we have in District 7 that we can say we're beautifying? Do we have a grocery store? No. Do we have a playground, YMCA, senior center? No. Do we have a sit-down restaurant? No. What do we have? We have this $1.8 million warehouse that wants to build. I ask of you to deny. We have nothing to say where our district woman can say, we're beautifying in District 7. What are we beautifying? We don't have no parks. Please deny. Thank you.
Good evening. Paul Brady, 4655 Gordon Street, District 7. I just want to say that I'm speaking regarding the item 10C. This development, if it were to take place, this would be an absolute monstrosity. 3 massive warehouses on, I believe it's 188 acres. That's insanity, right next to the interstate, right next to the big interchange at 85.
Excuse me, can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I just want to say 188 acres, as I understand it, and 3 massive warehouses is just simply an absolute monstrosity. And we need to have, if we're going to develop it, let's split it up and leave some trees and allow people to breathe. Thank you.
Last speaker, Mr. Drew DeMann.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So I'm Drew DeMann, 4640 Gordon Street, District 7, and I'm here regarding item 10C, of course. I'm not just representing myself, but a lot of my neighbors in the Fife community, which, as y'all may remember, is a largely agricultural designated, historically agricultural community in District 7 along the Fayette County line on Highway 92. And we're only a couple of miles from the site that's for this proposed build. And I just want to note that it was really hot today. It was really hot today, and it's been a really hot summer. And this year was the hottest year on record in the world. And last year was the hottest year on record up until this year. And next year is going to be the hottest year on record. So the temperature is rising, undeniably. And we all here, we know we're going to be the victims of the catastrophic climate change events that are coming our way. And our seniors and our elders who are already facing extreme heat events and having to go to cooling centers to stay cool, these are our seniors in our communities that are facing this. So it's getting hot. And here we are in leafy green, beautiful South Fulton that has this natural, perfect arrangement for shading the area and providing cool temperatures for us here. And If you go up to places around the city that don't have much tree canopy, that don't have protected areas, you'll find that the temperature is hot. And so when I look at this development, I say this is something where we're going to sacrifice green space that helps cool our communities for the sake of more development and more concrete. So keep it green. Thank you.
Comment? All right, we are going to go to council comments, and beginning with District 1, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I want to encourage the residents of District 1 to come out to our town hall meeting that will be held on this Thursday from 6:30 to 8 at the Sandtown Park Recreation Center. We have our city manager, Sharon Superdan, as our guest speaker, but you'll also be getting updates on infrastructure investments in District 1, as well as capital improvements that are occurring in facilities across the district. We have our D1 Back to School Wellness Festival, which will be held this Saturday, July 26th, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Sandtown Park. There will be a fitness expo, health and food vendors, activities for children, and a backpack giveaway for those who are pre-registered. So come while backpacks are available. In addition, the Cascade BMA's monthly cleanup will be occurring on this Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Cascade Driving Range. For all those environmentalists we have there, we encourage you to come out and volunteer and enjoy some time with business members and community members who participate in that event, which is held once a month. In addition, Councilwoman Bell and myself are working on a Unity Health Fair in collaboration with College Park, Union City, Fairburn, Palmetto, and East Point City Councils on Saturday, August 16th at the GICC. There will be free health screenings, fitness demonstrations, and fun for the entire family. In addition, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate our Deputy Director of Public Affairs, Denise Wells, and Councilwoman Kiel Chabelle for being selected to participate in Atlanta Regional Commission's Regional Leadership Institute. I've gone through the program, and I think Councilwoman Gums have gone through the program. It's a very worthwhile training, and I know you'll enjoy it and make amazing contacts. So congratulations to both of you. And that concludes my comments.
District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
First, I would like to say, on Saturday, I was able to witness something that I've seen grow over the past year, which was Library Dads at Wolf Creek Library. They started off very early on, and they had maybe about 3 dads that would bring their kids to the library, just as a way to kind of give, spend some time with their children. They celebrated their 1-year anniversary this weekend, and there was over 100 dads there, and the kids were beautiful, just the fathers actually allowing the mothers to take some time off. So I'm really excited about that. But if there are some fathers in South Fulton with small kids that want to, go and fellowship with other fathers in the city, I would encourage you to look at Library Dads. It's really a cool network of young men who are really playing the game of actually being great dads and doing the things for their families. So I really enjoyed that. I do want to mention that I will be hosting a HOA meet and greet with our newest community, Twin Shoals. We will have city leaders out telling them how to go about and do business within the city of South Fulton. So that is at 6:30 tomorrow. Answering questions in reference to sanitation, who they need to call, code enforcement will be out, as well as police and fire to talk with the residents as well. I will also be holding a polity with me at Fresh to Earth. This is one of the ways that I feature local businesses in the community, and that will be on Thursday, the 24th at 6 p.m. where we will be out talking about all the great things happening in the city, and you'll get to learn more about this wonderful business. We will have specialized tea and crumpets. Yeah, okay. But that is all I have on tap for this week. I will see you all out in the community, and I'll let Councilman Sebastian, when it's his turn, to tell about the other meeting. Okay? Thank you, and have a good evening.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
Thank you. I'll be brief. We have a important community input meeting that we want all residents in the area to attend for August 7th at 6 p.m. at Enon Church concerning a development on Stonewall Town. On August 1st, we will have our annual back to school event to support the Freedom Park community at Siloam Church International, the parking lot. I want to thank Park and Rec and all of the public safety partners for supporting this community on an annual basis. This will be the 8th year that we have actually supported this community. Councilmember Guns will be working with Jerry Clark to bring another back to school event on August 2nd at Walkmore Park. So we will stay tuned for those details. We also have the Young Boss Entrepreneur Festival that will be hosted at Walkmore Park on August 9th. So make sure if you have any young entrepreneurs who want to participate, go to the website and sign up. They are still taking entries. It is no charge. We want to encourage our youth to become entrepreneurs. We will have classes that will teach people how to do business with government, and also teach young entrepreneurs on how to make their business successful. So just come out and support our entrepreneurs. We have some talented kids in our city and in the Metro Atlanta area. That is it. Continue to stay engaged. Continue to come to the meetings, even though they may be lengthy, but this is something that happens in every city. I was watching some of the other city council meetings, and I think one city got out close to 1 o'clock last night. So it's a lot going on in all of these cities. And we need residents engaged. And if you're not getting my newsletter, please email me so that I can add you to my distribution list. And thank you for supporting the city of South Fulton, a city on a rise.
All right. We're not staying here to 1 o'clock, though. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to thank all those who brought their kids out to last Saturday's school supply giveaway and book fair. We added a book fair this year because we wanted to give a lot of exposure to our local artists, our local writers, especially those in District 4. And we had writing workshops. You know, it's great when our kids can know that, you know, being a nerd is not a bad thing. It's actually a badge of honor. And it's okay to read, right? It's okay to see people around you that look like you that have written books, right? And that they're right here. So if you want some pointers, we have a group of people. Big shout out to Barbara Mostella Oliver, who helped Jessica and I arrange that feature, which was really relatively last minute. But we had like about 5 or 6 authors just from District 4 who came out and who had their books on display and gave the kids writing classes and encouraged them to be their best even as the school year is coming up. Second big shout out for me is that we just finished the first ever Spectrum Explorers Camp for people who are on the spectrum in the city of South Fulton, and big shout out to everyone, especially the Parks and Recs folks who really took this on, and to the principal and District 4 resident, Patrick Mohammed, the principal of Chattahoochee Hills Charter School, who partnered with me to get this thing done with the Parks Department, who really just did all the heavy lifting. I was just a cheerleader along. So again, big shout out to that group, and we're looking forward to getting some learnings. And it would be remiss if I didn't mention Miss Tanya Newberry, who is from Autism Branches, who has partnered with me for the last 4 years to do the Autism Fest. And so the camp was sort of a natural outflow where we had 4 weeks where we were able to have the kids at the school. Councilwoman Gums referenced an event coming up that she and I are partnering with. We are going to talk about grid reliability. I know that we've had some complaints from certain parts of our city where folks are saying as soon as a little wind blows, the light go out or it gets browned out. So we're going to be we're partnered with Greystone on our side of town, and we're going to be having this conversation on the 29th of this month at the Walden Park Clubhouse at about 7 p.m. So if you can come out, encourage your HOA leaders to also come out and join with us as we have that conversation about grid reliability. Coming this Thursday is our farmers market. And again, as we talk about public good, one of the things that I know that we talked about a lot in District 4 is to reactivate the farming in this part of our city that has a whole lot of land, and we do have a whole lot of farms still out there that do, from agricultural products to animals. So I'm encouraging folks to come out and see the best farmers market in the city. Thank you all. But in all seriousness, this is one of the things that we really want to do across our city, not just in District 4. Encourage people to grow their own food. We know we have pockets of food deserts around, and we want to see how much we can produce local and encourage our farmers to produce local so we can buy local. Finally, I just want to encourage all the community, the entire city, to come out and support our public safety folks on August 5th. At World Changes Church on Old National Highway, so we can have we can encourage our public safety people who have continued to look out for our safety. They go through a lot, and so regardless, we will support our men and women of our police department as they need some encouragement from time to time. So this is our way of doing it at least once a year when we get to them, and we recognize the work that they're doing, and we give them some congratulations, and we have a little fun along the way. Thank you all.
District 5, Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Just want to give thanks to everyone that came out for this past weekend's Dream Big Teen Girls Empowerment. I have never stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning TikToking and dancing since Saturday. So I want to thank the parents. I want to thank my volunteers from Corporal Linda Garvin with our City of South Fulton Police Department, Major Tammy Pritchett, now known as Miss Bryant, Parks and Recreation staff, Coach Nicole, Coach Raquel, my college students, Paige, Raul, Kaylin, Halen, to all the parents that allowed us to take 24 hours with your young girls, instilling in them what a lady is, so etiquette, self-care. We talked about self-love, and we also taught them affirmations, which was super powerful to see ages 9 and above doing their own affirmations and mirror talk. So thank you all. We will be, I guess the girls have already summoned me and asked me when we were doing it next year. So I guess be on the lookout for 2026 for the Dream Big Teen Girls Empowerment Lock-In. We had a lot of fun. I've learned a lot of TikToks in the last 24, 48 hours that I never even heard of. So thank you to the parents and everyone that came out and supported this event. We are gearing up for our Mind, Body, and Soul School Supplies Giveaway, which is this Saturday, July the 26th at Burdette Park from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. This is a collaboration with our nonprofits, One More Question, as well as Chance Incorporated. So I do encourage not only the children to come out for school supplies, but also the parents. This is a time where not only are we focusing on our children, but also on our parents to make sure that we recharge our mind, body, and soul as we prepare for the new school year. So we do have information that's out if you'd like to register to be a part of either the mind, which is mental health, body, which is going to be some core strengthening, body training, workout, as well as activities for the kids and school supplies. Please register. You can reach out to my office via email and or my social media pages. All of the information is out there for you to register and be a part of Saturday's event. Again, Mind, Body, and Soul school supply giveaway is on Saturday the 26th from 12 noon to 4 p.m. at Burdette Park. As my colleague mentioned, the Cultivating Community Health and Unity event is scheduled for August the 16th at Georgia International Convention Center. We do encourage all of our residents. This is a time to not worry about a copay or parking. This is a free event for free biometric screenings, vision tests. This actually developed last year when we had an opportunity to meet the owners or the leaders of Johnson & Johnson. So we have Johnson & Johnson, Morehouse School of Medicine, of course, Fulton County Board of Health, Exact Sciences, WellCare, WellStar, American Red Cross, Grady, Emory, you name it. So we definitely want to encourage our constituents to come out for one day of free services, vision testing, you name it, it will be in the place. And then my colleagues already has mentioned the National Night Out. Please come out, be a part of that. It will be in District 5 at World Changers Church International. So please come out and support our very own City of South Fulton Police Department, as this is a national event. Congratulations again to our Deputy Chief, the one and only Ms. Denise Wells, and being selected for ARC RLI training. So kudos, I look forward to this opportunity with you and all of the new classmates. And then last but not least, let's be reminded that July is Reentry Awareness Month. In addition to that, we want to celebrate our very own Parks and Recreation Department, as July is National Parks and Recreation Month. So if you see any of our Parks and Recreation staff throughout the city, please congratulate them for all of their hard work that they do with all of our events, all of our services, all of our youth and programming. And again, thank you for being here. And that's it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes District 6 Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Whew. Yeah, it's 9:30, y'all. All right. First and foremost, I want to thank the ladies who attended the wellness brunch and panel discussion that was hosted by the 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta. We had a really great time sharing together, and I understand that they are clamoring to have an encore. Certainly want to thank Parks and Rec, not just for hosting the Senior Legacy Walk on Saturday, but for all of their hard work with the back-to-school carnival that followed. We gave out about 600 backpacks to students who attend Love T. Nolan. That is a Title I school with over 800 kids in it. And they were troopers along with our officers who stayed out there the whole time, assisted with making sure everyone was safe. And even in some instances, I saw them out there playing with the kids every once in a while. And the kids certainly enjoyed having them there. So thank you for everyone who helped to make that a success. Also want to thank all of our first responders who came out to attend the Old National East cookout for the first responders in Old National Park. For those of you who seem to think that nothing is going on in Old National Park, and I don't ever go over there, rest assured that I do. There are activities happening in the park, and we are certainly working to strengthening programming over there. Want to remind everybody that Facts to Thrive is offering free home repairs for low-income seniors. We do have some flyers out in the lobby. If you are in need of home repairs, there is an income threshold, before everyone gets excited, must be at or below 80% of the area median income, but there are flyers out in the lobby. If you are in need of assistance, would like to apply for the funding, or you know someone who is in need of assistance. Next Saturday this Saturday, in Creel Park, July 26th, beginning at 10, is the monthly healthy food distribution. If you are in need, or if you know someone who is in need, please send them my way Saturday morning at 10 a.m. We will be there until the food runs out. Certainly, as we are moving further and further into an economy that seems to be not heading in the right direction, we want to make sure that we are addressing the food insecurity issue that we know is out there among our residents. And finally, registration is open for the inaugural Community Wellness Day that is being sponsored by the 100 Black Men, my office, District 6, and in conjunction as well with the Old National Merchants Association. It will be Saturday, September 20th from 7 to 12. Former Fulton County Commissioner Michael Hightower is the inaugural honorary chair, and we do have Grammy Award-winning artist CeeLo Green that is our inaugural health champion and will be honored at this event. So there are flyers for this in the lobby as well. Please do pick up a flyer and register for that event. This is the part where I look in the back and ask, did I get it all? Oh, yes, the digital board. For those of you who have not had a chance to drive by Creel Park yet, the digital board is in. I know you all have been very diligent in asking me when that is going to be installed. It is installed. Please go take a look at that. These are what? Your church announcements for the day. Please what? Govern yourselves accordingly.
District 7, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. Mayor. I want to remind everyone that this Saturday at the Tri-County Plaza, I will be hosting a shredding and recycling day. The address is 7490 Old National Highway. You can bring things that you need to recycle, things you need to shred, paper, cardboard, that type of thing. Hope to see you then. And also on just a reminder for the residents of Oakley Township that on August the 4th, the Broadnax Bridge, which is the bridge that's at the entrance of the subdivision when you're getting into Red Hawk Run to where the clubhouse is, that bridge entrance will be closed for 90 days. So get ready to go on the back street on Fayetteville Road, but just making sure that you know so that you're not upset when you can't cross over that bridge, because we are putting taxpayer dollars to work and federal funds to work, and we are repairing that bridge, and this is a great project and a great investment in this community. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think they're going to bring up this presentation. Y'all ready in the back? All right. First, we lost, you can hit the next slide. We lost a great musician, a great actor, and a great symbol of just Black excellence, Mr. Malcolm Jamal Warner. You can hit the next slide. Some of you may know or may not know, but Mr. Warner actually performed with the Wolfpack at our 2023 Juneteenth. You can hit the next slide. You heard about Mr. Sampson, but we also lost an incredible champion of South Fulton and another incredible musician, Mr. Paul Baldwin. Those of you all who got to go to his funeral / gospel concert this weekend, you got a treat. But seriously, I got to spend his last evening at Grady with him, and I miss my friend. Next. Life does go on and continue right now. Next weekend. It is my son and the city of South Fulton's first dog's 5th birthday. We'll be celebrating with Four Colors Mestino, who has been doing dog events in the city now for 4 years. And so please come out. You can learn more about service dogs and what you need to have in place to have your dog registered as a service dog. And just there'll be some giveaways from Treat Me Too, which is a sponsor of that event. So please come out for that. It is at Canine Crossing Dog Park. Camp Drive, it's right around the corner from the South Fulton Tender Center, right behind the South Fulton Annex. We're there all the time, but that is information you can, I think, text 4 Colors to 33777 to sign up for their text messaging. Those are your announcements. Thank you so much. You can hit the next slide. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to Roman numeral 8, approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes, zoning public hearing meeting minutes, and work session meeting minutes for July 8, 2025.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded.
All right, any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 9, consent agenda, items A and B.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda items, items A and B.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to alcohol license rezoning variance modification cases for motion and vote. First item is a second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance, KZ 25-007, an application by Beverly J. Searles Foundation, care of 5 Point Development, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to C2 zoning to operate a restaurant at 0 Campbellton Fairburn. This property is in the South Fulton Parkway overlay in Council District 3. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations approval conditional.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve as sounded with conditions.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter B, second read, request council approval of zoning ordinance, KZ 25-013, an application by Battle Law requesting rezoning from AG1 to NUP to develop 37 single-family detached homes on 8.30 acres of land at 0 Allen Drive. This property is located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation, denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I motion to defer this case.
I'm sorry, did you want to give a date?
I think the next is September 8th, is that correct? 9th?
To August 12th,
No,
August 12th, or September.
okay, I'm sorry. August, you are right, my mind.
Yeah, August 12th is the next meeting.
Okay, that'll be good, thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second to defer item B till August 12th. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take that by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, deferred till August 12th.
All right, please sound to the next item.
That brings us to item C, second reading, request council approval of a zoning ordinance, KZ 24-026 and CV 24-010. The application by KMT Partners LLC, care of Greg Bowler, care of Morris, Manning, and Martin LLP, requesting rezoning from AG1 to M1.
All right,
On an assemblage of parcels at 555 Spence Road, 0 Old Sonoya Road, 0 Irwin Road, 0 Spence Road, and 0 Fayetteville Road to develop 1.8 million square foot spread over 3 buildings for light industrial uses. The applicant also requests a concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the rear buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. This property is located in Council District 7. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just seeking some clarity because I believe in some of the detailed documents I read that it's 2 warehouses for 1.6 million square feet. Have we had that change officially? Because this is reading like the original thing. So what are we voting on? Because it doesn't seem as if we're voting on what the last proposal that I read somewhere. So do we need to motion to amend what's here? All right, I'll release.
So according to the city attorney, I have to recall my motion?
Second.
All right, it's probably moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Let's take a vote on recalling. All right, the chair will entertain a new motion.
I move to approve, let's see. Item number C with the amendment that it is to develop a 1.6 million square foot spread over 3 buildings for light industrial uses. And also require 3 buildings for light industrial uses. It should be 2 or
It's always been 3.
it's 3. It's 3 buildings, well, for light industrial uses. Also, this applicant is currently not seeking the variance, not seeking a concurrent variance. That is my motion.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for his discussion.
All right, I just want to go on record. I said this in the other meeting. This is my personal opinion. Highway 85 to me makes a natural cutoff for the industrial units in that area. But more importantly for me, I am struggling now with 2 cities, trying to have some really difficult and courageous conversations about warehouses that are close to our border that are affecting our citizens in District 4. And so, with all good conscience, I cannot do the same thing to another city. So I just wanted to go on record. That's my reasoning, and my only reasoning for not wanting to support this particular development. It is out of pocket off of a highway where GDOT has started a major intersection improvement to make access and egress from that area much easier. And so even as I personally look towards what that future could look like, for me, I'm not seeing warehouses, okay? And so with that, I'll yield, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, that fails for a lack of 4 votes.
I also have 2 in favor. Okay.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter E, second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance as amended for the purposes of amending restrictions on golf courses by adding event centers as an accessory use customary to a golf course or country club, sponsored by Councilmember Gomes.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought we're on item D.
Yeah, did you want to? Yeah, I can go back if you like, or you want to take them in order.
Let's go in order. Let's go in the correct order.
Okay, reading item D, second reading, request council approval of zoning ordinance KZ 25-018 and CV 25-001. Application by West Road 1 LLC, care of Battle Law, requesting rezoning from AG1 in the Old National Highway Overlay District to NUP with a concurrent variance to grade and replant in the zoning buffers and improvement setback to develop 35 single-family detached homes at 0 West Road. This property is located in Council District 7. Staff recommendation approval of conditional. Planning Commission recommendation, no recommendation.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve this as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Councilman Bell, did you want to vote? I heard the vote. Okay, that motion is approved 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
I'm sorry, Mayor, should that have been 6-1, the vote?
6-1, yes.
They ain't right. You didn't vote in opposition, did you? She abstained. She did not vote.
I'm sorry, we don't allow abstentions unless there's a conflict. So I was assuming that your hand not being raised was a no.
It is a no.
All right, then that would be 6-1. Thank you. All right, please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, that brings us to letter E, second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance as amended for the purpose of amending restrictions on golf courses by adding event centers as an accessory use customary to a golf course or country club, sponsored by Councilman Gumbs.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I approve the motion as sounded.
All right, any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to the add-on item. Request council approval of M25-002, a resolution to modify condition 2A imposed by zoning petition 2024Z-0020 so as to reduce the minimum heated floor to 1,300 square foot located at 0 Welcome All Road in the TR zoning district. It's located in Council District 3.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Okay, that brings us to agenda items, procurement and contracts. Number 1, A1, request council approval of the First Amendment of an agreement with the M. Mitchell Group for the demolition services for an amount not to exceed $500,000.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve as sounded.
Second.
It's been probably moved and seconded. Any discussion? I do have discussion. Madam City Manager, I asked for this. I know that you were out. But what is being demolished?
I don't have the list in front of me, but the municipal court judge has awarded us demolition on, I think, 4 projects, and we had 2 others in the pipeline. These are all nuisance abatement cases that we have prevailed on, and it's getting to that end of the time limit where the owner has the opportunity to demolish on their own. If they don't complete in time, we will demolish and put a lien on the property.
I got it. I know that, as I said, I know you were out for this, but I would just ask in the future for the edification of the public so they can know where these demolitions are happening. That would be great. And if you could get that list to us as well for these so that we can let our residents know that we are actively demolishing blighted properties across the city. And with that, I'll take a vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item B1, administration, a resolution to update and/or amend the City of South Fulton Police Department's policies, procedures and/or general orders related to the seizure and disposal of assets to create a Tatiana Strong Reparations Fund, sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
Thank you. I just want to note that there is no moratorium. I heard conversation about it in public comment, but the moratorium has been stricken per the previous work session. This would just offer reparations to people who are found not guilty. If no one is found guilty, then no reparations will be offered, and it will cost the city nothing. The chair, with that, the chair will entertain a motion. All right. There is no motion. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to B2, request council approval of budget amendment for the Crockett Road over Camp Creek Improvement Project awarded under ITB number 24-35 to Southeastern Site Development, Inc. The amendment will recognize $3,427,213 in new federal grant revenue and appropriate $856,803 from the general fund, reclassifying previously budgeted funds to meet the local match requirement.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Second. I move to approve budget amendment for the
I thought I heard so moved.
Project award under ITB number 24-35 for $3,427,213 in the new federal grant revenue and approximately $856,803 from the general fund, reclassifying previously budgeted funds to meet the local match requirement. Second.
All right.
And a resolution to approve the Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for Program Year 2025. The city's fiscal year 25 CDBG allocation is $534,631.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next items, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, per the setting of the agenda, you slotted in at this location, item C, which requests council approval of the unfreezing of the mayor's office account. I believe that was pulled from the consent agenda by Councilmember Gums.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Remove C. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any discussion?
No, it's just, I wanted.
We needed to have the vote. It was placed on the consent agenda.
Right.
So I took it off, so I wanted it for us
So
to,
we could discuss it,
so we
right?
can vote. And we can discuss it.
Oh,
Well, I'll have this discussion. The account for my office alone was frozen when my office alone underwent a forensic audit. We just got back the forensic audit for my office, as well as an audit for all Pecard transactions across all 15 city departments. I am reading from that report. It is apparent that transactions are being made in violation of policy requirements. This is across all 15 city departments. Permissive use of purchasing cards, numerous instances of missing and non-itemized receipts. I have absolutely no problem having a courageous conversation about all these things. I have absolutely no problem being accountable for all of these things. I just want to be treated fairly. If we're going to freeze my account, but it is apparent that transactions are being made in violation of policy requirements, contra to 2022-2023 audit findings across 13 of 18 audit findings across 15 departments, why is my account alone being frozen? I just want to be treated the same way that everyone else is. So I would like my account to be unfrozen so that I can do the events that we have scheduled on our calendar, or we need to freeze everyone's accounts. It is just, I am being singled out and treated unfairly. Yeah?
It's 10 o'clock, y'all. It's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock.
For the previous question.
So far, I got Councilman Willis and Councilman Ross.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
We've already gone through this and really don't want to argue or debate about this all night. Mayor, you know, you still owe us money. You still have outstanding money that you owe. You're going to owe us even more money based off of the audit. We're not treating you unfairly. You're not taking any accountability. You keep talking about these missing receipts, but the auditor specifically said those came from 2 council districts. It did not come from everybody. So stop misrepresenting this. Everybody up here did not take an intern out of town and take money and not give it back. Everybody up here didn't go out and buy pool tables after the city manager told them not to do so. Now, there is some infractions that were missing, but you still owe the city money. And how can we give you a P card when you still owe us money? You're going to even owe us more money. So I just want to say for the record, until we are paid in full for the mural, until we are paid in full for some of these other items that were mentioned in this audit, no, this is not everybody is doing the wrong thing, because everybody isn't doing the wrong thing. And I refute you saying that. So please, I have not been told that I have been found doing anything wrong. I have not been told that I have been in violation of any missing receipts, and several of us have not. Now, there are some things we need to put in play, but your violations have been egregious. And I can't, in good conscience, give you your P card back not knowing that you still owe us money and that you're going to owe us even more money. And that's where I am with this.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Dr. Rowell. Are you in the queue or you're out of the queue?
You know that's gonna go again.
Okay. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for, I guess, the city manager. The P card is closed, right? It's closed. Does that mean that the mayor cannot execute events by using the procurement process or working with staff? I just need to clarify that. What can still be done?
If council reinstates his access to his budget, then he can execute events with purchase orders.
But not P card.
Can you repeat the part about the P card, please?
He can execute events with purchase orders and not a P card.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
So reinstating his budget, that means that it will come, all requests will go through how many approvers?
So in our new process, a staff member will enter a requisition in Tyler. It'll go to the city clerk. The city clerk will then send it over to, or once he approves it, depending on the amount, it'll come to the city manager's office, and then it'll go to finance and procurement for issuing of a purchase order.
And what exactly could he use the budget on? Anything that he wanted to use it on as far as travel, purchasing of what? Just anything, it'll all come through the procurement process.
That would be correct.
Okay, and I just want to remind, and I definitely don't think that you're being singled out, but the report came back and it was 411 individual transactions. There were 20 trips totaling $70,000, and there were 9,000 in per diem, and that was over 24 months. So that's about an average of 10 trips a year. So, and the website, which has been used to weaponize a lot of these individuals on council, came up to $4,699. And that was not approved by communications. That concludes my comments.
All right, I just want to respond to those comments. The quote-unquote egregious files of the egregious charges are only on my account because my account was the only one that had a forensic audit. No other council person, no other department in the city has had a forensic audit. So all of these things that are being listed are because above the $75,000 that was spent on the city, $55,000 additional dollars were spent to go line by line through every one of my receipts for the past 25 months, over 2 years. Trust and believe, if we pay an auditor $55,000 to go through every line of every receipt that every P card that has been issued throughout this city has, similar findings will be found. So I am being singled out. I am the only person that has gone through this process. I will be happy to pay back any money as soon as everyone else goes through this process, and anything that I'm required to pay back, everybody else should also be required to pay back. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
No, it's on. First, I'm going to say it's 10:07 p.m. I can appreciate everybody's passion around this, but this is not something that we're going to resolve going back and forth in council meeting at 10 o'clock at night. The fundamental question has to be, without the P card, without the budget, how does the mayor function as the mayor to finish out these last, if my math is good, 5 months? We're all having events. Some of us are having multiple events back to back. And the mayor is sitting, not being able to do anything at all. Because we froze his money. We froze his P card, we froze his budget, we shut his office down.
I'm not asking for the P card back.
Regardless of what the ask is, we have the results. It is not something that we can workshop tonight. It needs to be a much more thoughtful conversation rather than a reactionary one. And I'm not saying this for or against or in either way, but just that we are not going to fix this tonight. And continuing to go back and forth about it is not getting us nowhere. So can we please, I'm begging everyone, whatever vote we're going to take, let's take it, let's move on, and let's come back and deal with this in a productive way. Because arguing about it in public is not productive.
You call in a question?
And with that, I call the question.
All right, the question has been called. We'll take a vote to call the question. We'll take this vote by show of hands. The question is to have the vote.
Can we vote on this and go first?
Vote to call the question?
This is a vote to vote.
This is a vote to vote.
So I show 5-0.
All right, let's take the vote by show of hands.
So 1, 2, 3. That item fails for a lack of 4 votes.
All right. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to the 2 add-on items. The first is a request council approval of a resolution amending the city Human Resources Policies and Procedures Manual. This is sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, Council Members Gumbs, Willis, Sebastian, and Williams-Brown.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was going back and forth a little bit with the attorney today, and my hope was that we would have been having an executive session to address this resolution. I know what we are trying to do, and I support in general what we are trying to do, but I want us to think about sometimes the unintended consequences of some of these actions. And so I asked some questions of the attorney, including if we ask for investigation to be done, it sounds like it automatically put the department head on leave, when in fact, it may not be the department head, for example, that may be the issue. Well, Madam Attorney, you can expound on that. Because after our conversation today, I don't know if I misremember because it's now 10 o'clock at night. But even as if we would call for an investigation into a department, if it automatically means that the department head is going to be put on administrative leave. Can you answer that for me, please?
As written, that is what it says, that if the council is initiating a council-initiated investigation into a department, then the department head is put on paid administrative leave. There is a provision there for an exception, but I'll be very transparent. If we have 2 department heads that are similarly situated and the council votes to make an exception for one and not the other, that could open the city up to liability for not treating similarly situated department heads the same, unless there's an express reason that separates them and makes a distinction in the exception provision. So there is the out of the exception, but if the council initiates a formal inquiry into a department, then the department head is automatically put on paid administrative leave.
Thank you. So that adds to my discomfort because I think that is clearly a real possibility, that we could have a department head whose department is being investigated and that person really is put on leave and then leaves the shop to people in the department who might be the ones who need investigating. Again, let me reiterate, I support us doing something because as a council, we have very limited powers when it comes to either launching an investigation, an inquiry, a review. The only tool we have is, according to the charter, is to do an investigation. And so I want to make sure we don't hurry something that will later on come and bite us. And that's my only hesitation right now. I don't want us to rush into something that's going to appear as if it's targeted as well. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown.
And so, thank you, Mayor. To my recollection, and I haven't been on the council for 8 years, but it seems to me that the council taking the step of launching an investigation is an extraordinary circumstance. The natural order of things is that when things reach critical mass, investigations tend to be launched without needing an addition, without rising to the level of, let's say, the cabinet, for lack of a better term. I cannot imagine that the council is going to be launching investigations willy-nilly all over the place. But I do think that when we get to a place where the council has to step in and say, we need an investigation in the absence of action at a lower level, then we do need to take a look at, not only take a look at what's happening in the department, but we need to ensure that the person that is in charge of the department cannot obstruct the investigation. Because it is an extraordinary step to take to have the council do it. It should be done at a lower level. And if we are investigating an entire department as opposed to an individual person, that would suggest that there are systemic and systematic issues that would rise or should fall on the shoulders of the person who is leading that department, which means that there has been a failure of critical mass somewhere along the way. And so while I hear and understand that the concern, the greater concern is that when we get here, there is a very deep problem that needs to be uprooted. And that cannot happen with the people in place who have overlooked and coddled and enabled the problem to reach critical mass in the first place. And I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Section A, mandatory leave pending city council authorization of investigation. Upon notification that a city employee is subject of a formal city council authorized investigation, the city manager or the head of the respective department shall immediately place the employee on paid administrative leave for the duration of the investigation. Now, I have looked up suspension. I have looked up administrative leave. I have looked up termination. And there are three differences in the two. Administrative leave does not imply that anybody has done anything wrong. It doesn't imply that, that the person that's being investigated is not going to come back to the city. But what it does do is ensure that there's integrity involving the investigation. Now, I don't know why we're trying to make this so hard, but most of us were minding our own business when we got these complaints via emails, we got these complaints every week to the media. And I'm not saying anybody has done anything wrong. As far as I'm concerned, they're all allegations. They're all allegations. I know what it feels like when someone tries to railroad you. It's hurtful. It's unsettling when someone questions your integrity without facts. Without facts. And all this does is allow for the investigation to be done while allowing nobody is being targeted. And I just hate that that narrative is being painted, that we're targeting people, that we got a witch hunt out on people. I've been around law enforcement as long as I've been with my husband, and that's 27 years. And when people are investigated, they are put on administrative leave. Bottom line, they're put on administrative leave until the investigation is over. And you want to know something else? Most people I know that have gone through investigations in law enforcement, they end up coming back. They end up coming back. So nobody is targeting anyone. No one is saying anyone did anything wrong. But there are a lot of allegations and there are lawsuits that have been filed. And there are lawsuits that have been put on the news. We all have been blindsided. We don't have a policy in place that says what can happen if any department head or employee is investigated by the city. Or a third party investigator comes in. So, I mean, stop it. This is not a witch hunt. This is not anybody saying somebody did something wrong. We don't know. I have my personal opinions, but my personal opinions don't matter. A third party investigation has to be made. An independent third party investigation has to be made. And all we're saying is if any employee in the city is going to be investigated, or if any department head that's running the department and the department is being investigated, put the employee or the department head on administrative leave with pay, with benefits, allow the investigation to take place, and then allow the person to come back when everything is done. That's all we're saying. This is no witch hunt. This is no target. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
We've had investigations before. The person sat in a chair, even in the same department. It was an independent investigation, and action was taken as a result of that. So I'm not understanding why we don't feel that we can do an investigation because it resulted in employees being terminated. I think this city has shown when you do egregious stuff, you can get a ticket out the door. But again, I really want to call for the previous question, but I do see Councilman Sebastian, so maybe he has something more he wants to add, but the hour's late and you still have, I'll wrap it up. I'll defer to Councilman Sebastian, but we've done this numerous times in the 8 years that I've been here. So it doesn't say that investigation cannot take place. We've already authorized that, so I'll leave it at that.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to say this with my whole chest. I am 100% behind the investigation. As a matter of fact, I'm 1,000% behind the investigation. Because I think if you have a difference, a he say, them say, he say, she say, get a outside third party to come in and look at all of the evidence and then make recommendations as we're doing. My only hesitation, again, as I said, we have also had a history on this council of hustling in legislation without looking at the unintended consequences of those decisions. And then later on, we find out they're problematic. The council has already said we are going to do this investigation. I am agreeing 100% that in the case that we're dealing with, that the department head should not in any way be allowed to be anywhere near this investigation, because it will give the perception. Well, when I was very, very young, I heard a politician say one time, the perception is more powerful than the truth. And so therefore, if it's perceived that in any way, shape, or form, the investigation is corrupted by whether it's the department head or others, it will all be for naught, and we could be making decisions based on a flawed recommendation because of the process being corrupted. So again, let me say this with my whole chest. I'm 1,000% in favor of the investigation. But I do have some concerns with the current legislation on the table. And if the majority of this council decide that, hey, we're going to move forward with it, then hey, I'm going to say that's a decision we made. But I think as currently written right now, it's a little flawed, and we probably need to take a little time and think about it and bring it back. Madam Superintendent, I'm going to say this for the record. Part of the reason that I think this step is necessary, because whether it was not enough time or whatever, I was going to say this council, but let me speak for Council Member Sebastian of the 4th District. I didn't feel as if we had enough action coming out of the city manager's office as to what we should do in the case that we're dealing with. Now, it's been 4 or 5 days. I don't know if that has changed, but I would really love to hear from you, because I know I wanted to know what your decisions are, and quite honestly, the public wants to know that as well. So with that, I'll leave it there.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
This is a personnel matter, and we do not want our city manager discussing personnel matters out in public. This council has asked for us to bring back some information to the council to share.
I'm going to stop you right there, Councilwoman Willis. I just want to check with our parliamentarian. Is this a point of order?
Traditionally, as described by Robert's rules, it doesn't qualify as a point of order. There needs to be something more than just discussion. This, by the contents of what has been shared already, it seems like this is a point of discussion as opposed to a point of order.
I'm going to overrule that point of order. The chair recognizes City Manager Subedin. You did place yourself in the queue. I want to make that clear.
I did. So tonight is the first time I'm seeing this piece of legislation, which is problematic and disappointing. That said, I did have a couple of technical questions. One of them is, because I quickly read through, if a person has scheduled leave, scheduled training already on the books, how is that to be handled? That's not discussed. And should this pass, I want to make sure that we don't act out of accordance with the spirit and the law that you have drafted. So that's my first question. I don't know who to address it to. It's a technical issue. But I have something else to say, and I would like to respond to Councilman Sebastian.
I just want to ask a follow-up question to your question, and it's HR related. There's no HR people here, but if you're on paid administrative leave and you're on vacation, like I'm not clear. Is that a distinction without a difference? Either way, you're out of the office and you're being paid. So would you, if you're on paid administrative leave, would you still just be getting paid to be out of the office and you would not have to use your PTO?
So I can speak to that. There's already an existing administrative leave policy in the HR manual at subsection A. This resolution would be included as subsection O. Administrative leave, as defined by the HR manual, states that this would be paid leave that would not subtract from your vacation or sick leave. This would be totally distinct from any accrual vacation time.
So in the hypothetical that someone was put on paid administrative leave that already had vacation scheduled, they could just keep that PTO because they just be on paid leave.
So I want to make, we're kind of talking about a couple different things.
Okay.
One, I want to make the distinction. I don't think that was the city manager's question.
Okay.
I think you asked a separate question.
Okay.
So I want to make sure we answer the questions I mean, you're the chair. I think it would probably be best to answer the questions in order to make sure there's not confusion about the content.
I'm confused.
So my understanding of administrative leave is you're out of the workplace, but you have to be available to answer your phone, answer any questions. You know, basically you're essentially you're on house arrest. But but if the person had scheduled leave, I want to know how to handle that. If the person had scheduled training, if the person had scheduled, how does that get handled? Because I don't want to, like I said, I didn't have an opportunity to comment or ask questions. I literally got a copy of it 20 minutes ago. So those are questions I would have normally asked in the portal, because we would normally have put this in the portal and we would have had the chance to comment, and I don't have an answer. So I'd like an answer for the record. In terms of Councilman Sebastian's question, I have been here for 2 years, and I am not a person who doesn't have a plan. I am generally extraordinarily proactive. Have I had concerns? That's across the organization. I have. Certain events took on a snowball effect in a very short period of time, and I did not have the opportunity to address it. And, as they say, charge it to my head and not my heart. It isn't something that was wasn't something that was in any way willful or in any way not I'm having a hard time finding the right words. It wasn't that I was intending to be essentially unfit or non-responsive. It's just that, we have a lot going on in the city. And in the last 3 weeks, I have been heavily engaged in $113 million worth of real estate and managing a process to get you to debt service. And in that space, all I can say is my eye wasn't on that specific ball. But I would have hoped that with the service that I have provided to this council and this city in 2 years, that some consideration could have been made. That said, I need some technical answers to my questions so that should this pass, I know how to proceed.
All right, one follow-up question, and then we're going to go back to the queue. Do you have a recommendation in your experience of how we prioritize? Sure. Or if you need some more time, you can say, you want to take some more time, but it sounds like there's a question of how do we prioritize PTO, paid administrative leave, training. Do you have a recommendation on how those things should be prioritized?
Well, I think if somebody has pre-approved leave, pre-approved training that happened before, then it should be allowed to continue. It doesn't take away, it's in the spirit of the person's, out of the way and, and directed not to interfere. And so, but, it sort of depends, right? And, what I don't want is to leave with assumptions and then, somebody is on administrative leave and posting Facebook pictures of, being halfway around the world on vacation. And so, I need direction. And that's part of the problem with ramrodding legislation through at the last minute. The very first thing I said to you all as a council, I remember it vividly. The night that you were passing the events legislation, somebody called out to me in the audience and said, shouldn't we approve all events? And I said, no. And you passed it anyway. And we've had to revise it 3 times. You pass legislation and there's no clear way to implement it. And it continues to this day. Every meeting, legislation gets passed that sometimes we do not have clarity on implementation or capacity. And you and I have had this conversation multiple times.
The chair recognizes, I do hear it. I did not write this legislation. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis. That is true. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. No, that's correct.
Much appreciated. So I'm going to speak to experience. My children's father was a DC police officer. He was involved in an officer-involved shooting. He killed someone. And it was justified, but when that happened, he went on administrative leave with pay. He sat in the house and had to be available between hour X to Y. When we needed to go, like say on vacation, because we had small children at the time, he had to just notify his supervisor and get that approved. And yet back then we had pagers. We didn't have cell phones, but it was something reasonable. My son's godfather, he got in a fatal shooting as well, and the same process. Now, this is Washington, D.C., a real old city with a strong FOP. And so all I'm saying is from a common sense perspective, if someone has a vacation planned, go on vacation. Now, I will say this, everyone is not held to the same standards of scrutiny that say we are, but sometimes when you're a head of an agency or you work for government, you need to proceed with caution, meaning if you're going to go have a good time around the world, don't post it. Not saying that I am infringing on anybody's rights, their rights to, their enjoyment of sharing things like this, but in looking at the seriousness of what's happening, I'm taking this serious. My name is on this because there have been discussions that were had with me asking for my support on this. And I do believe that as a matter of law, we cannot have any more compromises. Investigations have been had in the past. There are consistencies with outcomes after investigations, and now we are here, and that is not a finding of any fact. Well, actually it is, but what I'm saying is we want to make sure that we are real thorough, and also this protects all parties. Because sometimes when you're in the middle of something, you need to step away, and it protects them at the same time. If everything that we're outlining here is adhered to on both sides, it'll protect everyone. So I think, Ms. Subadan, if any department head would fall under this situation, and you being the supervisor of all department heads need to, like I described, be available. In police, there are SOPs that do outline this. I think it's a similar situation as any other administrative leave pending whatever. They need to be available, but I also will caution that they also do not need to be communicating with anyone from this government during that time, to keep it all arm's length, real far. So that's my recommendation. And as far as training, that's a vague point, because, that's vague, but we can go with the vacation and, the paid leave, but I don't know about the training. I will yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
This policy is not in effect. So if someone is on paid time off and we have launched an investigation, we can't do anything about it because this policy hasn't been voted on. So if somebody's on paid time off, then they're on paid time off. But the reason people are put on administrative leave, because if they are needed by the city, then that's essentially what needs to happen. They need to come in, answer questions, provide information, with the guidelines of an investigation. Councilman Morale is right. We didn't put certain people on administrative leave during an investigation, and they came back and slapped us in the face like 10 times. And it brought us a lot of negative press. Now, I have the utmost respect, and I'm accused of going overboard when it comes to public safety all the time. But just like you're disappointed, I'm disappointed too. Because I was minding my own business when I look at the TV and half of the stuff coming on TV coming out of the department I know nothing about. We get random emails. We've been getting random emails for months. I'm going to put it on the record. We've been getting random emails from people for months. And we've been forwarding that information. And it wasn't until recently we started getting some explanations about some of the stuff. But other than that, we were just told that everything was on the up and up. Then we got now 6 lawsuits, people making all kinds of allegations, and they're all allegations. I will say that. They're all allegations. But it has to be taken serious, and it has to be treated, people have to be treated fairly, and people have to understand that they have to stay arm's length. When people made allegations against us, we had to stay arm's length from the person who was making the allegation. And my investigations no investigation against me has ever come back substantiated. All the investigations that was done due to allegations, they didn't do nothing but help me. It proved the people who were making the allegations were liars. It helped me and it helped the city. Because if those people tried to litigate, you had the independent investigation to show what they were saying was not true. So, again, I am not targeting anybody. I'm disappointed that the supermajority of this council asked for something to be done. And to be honest with you, I felt like we were told no. I felt like we were told you don't have a right to ask me to do certain things, and we were told no. And most of us on here were blindsided by all of the stuff that's coming in weekly. And frankly, I'm tired. It's not a good look for the city. And then how do we get here? How do we get here? That question is not even being answered. Not saying anybody has done wrong, but how do we get here? So if a person is already on paid time off leave, we can't do anything about that. If a person, when the paid time leave is all over, if an employee or department head is being investigated, they need to go on administrative leave and be accessible. And that's where I am with that. The only thing that I can say is, are the colleagues willing to just bring this back at the next council meeting? Or do we want to just go ahead and vote on it? Okay.
All right. Seeing as no one else in the queue, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Yeah, we want to make some adjustments in the.
Was that?
It was no motion, but I do recommend that we make the provision in the resolution to say that if a person is on paid time, I would like to ask, is it legal to put in the resolution, first of all, before I make the motion, if a person is on paid time, PTO, paid time off, that we honor the paid time off. If a person is on administrative leave, no, training should not happen. Administrative leave doesn't mean somebody is in prison. They can do whatever they want to do. They just need to be accessible to us to the city or the investigator if they have questions. So please tell us how we do this.
So just to get clarity, what if it's scheduled? Okay, but you said if they're on. If it's scheduled, I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to get clarity. All right. So then, can that be put in?
So the best way to do it would do a substitute motion to add in the language. I think just if I'm adding that language in, I want to be clear for purposes of writing it. Are you saying that if it's scheduled paid time off and scheduled training, or which one is it? No, I just want to make sure I'm clear when I'm adding in the language.
I was quite clear. I said if a person have paid time off, we honor that. If a person has training scheduled, we should not honor training. They're on administrative leave. Administrative leave means they're on administrative leave. They're accessible to the investigator if questions or anything is needed, and that's outlined in the ordinance. And this is not the first time. People get paid. People get put on administrative leave all the time. Do we need to do an open records request for everybody that's been put on administrative leave in the city? Because this is not the first time.
Okay, so I'm gonna hop back in here if that's okay for these last 163 days. Mr. Clerk, there is a motion on the floor.
No, I didn't have a motion.
There was not a motion.
I didn't have a motion.
suggestion on how to fix this. That's what we asked.
The mic. There was a motion for the resolution as sounded. What I'm hearing from Councilman Willis is that she'd like some adjustments to include that if
Right.
there's already scheduled PTO, the best mechanism to do that would be a substitute motion and then vote on the substitute motion.
That's what I wanted to be clear, and I thought that we were in discussion because there was a motion and a second, and we were in discussion. So the chair will entertain a substitute motion as sounded.
I would like to make a substitute motion as sounded by you. So do you need to reinstate it so he can get it?
Clerk, do you need me to resound the substitute motion as stated, or do you have it?
For paid time off, but not training.
All right, we need a second for a substitute motion? All right, and we need a 2/3 majority, or is it regular majority? Okay, the chair, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved, 6. Are you abstaining or voting against it, Councilmember Bell?
Hand down means no.
So it's 5-2.
All right, and that was 5-2 for the substitute motion. Do we now need to vote on the actual resolution? Or did the vote on the substitute motion also cover the resolution?
I just want to be clear for the record. I think that we should just vote that the substitute motion supersedes the original motion, just to be super clear for the record. So if we could just vote that the substitute motion supersedes the initial motion, just to keep the record clear, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so we are now voting to approve this resolution with the amended language that current or scheduled PTO will be honored. All right, let's take this clean vote by show of hands. Again. All right. Please sound the next item.
The last action item is.
I'm sorry, we have first read ordinances.
Yes, I was going to read those last, but we got one last action item that we have to vote on,
Okay.
which is request council approval of the following donations for the August 16th health event. City of College Park in-kind donation of $10,000 for GICC parking, and City of Union City donation $5,000 monetary donation.
Motion to approve is sounded. Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
1, 2, 3, 4. That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the first read. I'm gonna wait.
So these are the first read items for vote at the next council meeting. Zoning ordinance KZ 25-010 and U 25-003, CDP 25-005. The applicant is requesting rezoning from AG1 to C1, zoning with a special use permit to allow for a temporary shelter. The applicant is seeking to amend the future land use designation from suburban neighborhood land use to regional live work. This is in council district. This is one we changed to 3. Number 2, first read zoning ordinance KZ 25-006. The applicant is requesting to rezone from the A district to TR for the purpose of constructing 50 townhomes on 8.53 acres of land located in Council District 6. Number 3, first read zoning ordinance Z 25-011, CDP 25-006. Application is requesting to rezone from C1 to TR and is requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from regional live work to suburban neighborhood 2 for the purpose of constructing 107 townhomes on 13.4 acres of land located in Council District 7. Number 4, first read an ordinance to amend Section 8-1012, Chapter 1 in the General Title 8, Traffic and Vehicles regarding the regulation of ice cream trucks or other similar mobile vending vehicles in the City of South Fulton's public roads and rights of way. Sponsored by Councilmember Gumbs. Number 5, first read an ordinance to amend Title 15, Criminal Offenses to amend Title 4 Law Enforcement to add Chapter 4 Recordation of Squatters and to amend Title 15 Criminal Offense to add Chapter 13 Unlawful Squatting Prohibited of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. And the last first read is an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton Health and Sanitation Ordinance for the purpose of amending the regulations related to abandoned shopping carts.
The
Chair,
item before we do that, item number 2 is McGee Landing, and that's been, I need to pull that because that's been deferred until September.
Mr. Clerk, do you have that that deferral vote on record already?
Yes, she's correct. That's Z25006 during the 5 o'clock meeting. Well, the scheduled 5 o'clock meeting, that item was deferred.
All right.
September 9th.
All right, it is 10:56. 10:57. The chair will entertain a motion for executive session or to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
All right. There has been a motion and a second to adjourn. There's a substitute motion. Councilwoman Willis?
There was a substitute motion before, was a second.
Actually, before I could finish getting the words out of my mouth, Councilwoman Williams Brown made a motion to adjourn, and then Councilwoman, it doesn't matter. What is your substitute motion, Councilwoman Willis?
The council asked that a committee bring back some information. It won't take long. We just need to give y'all this information under personnel. We don't have to discuss it in detail, but we do need to give y'all this information.
So your substitute motion is?
To go to an executive session under personnel, and I would even be willing to do what you usually do, Mayor. No more than 15 minutes.
All right, we have a motion for just personnel that's been accepted. Let's take this vote by show of hands for
15 minutes.
Just to distribute this stuff.
Yeah, and tell y'all what it is. That's it. 15 minutes. No more than 15 minutes.
All right, we are recessed at actually 10:58 according to this clock for a 15-minute executive session. We'll be back here at 11:13. making person walking in now. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 4-0. We are reconvened at 11:36 p.m.
Mr. Clerk, were there any items in executive session for which we need to make a public vote now?
No, sir, there were no
All right.
actions in executive session that required a public vote.
Wonderful. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, let's, let me carry the motion. Any discussion? No. Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Have discussion, no.
Item is approved 4-0. We are adjourned at 11:38 p.m.
Thank you. We're out the same night we started.